To rid the universe of every last one of you. I made you a promise, didn't I? I said you would experience a dread like no other. I intend to rid the universe of...
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
You're my savior.
This guy doing nothing with his AOL internet, taking up space in the game. This is not how I wanted my first match to go, man.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. That's a new power key. Place it now.
That trick don't work no more, bro.
You have the esteemed privilege of
Why is this guy feeding, bro?
Faster! You intend to rescue them. Watch out for enemies. This is bad. Somebody's down.
I'm definitely reporting this nigga.
Caution if you're going to help them.
This guy's not gonna stop capping my body.
And speed. Our 4 Dark Masters are already on the hunt to find all 7 of the Super Dragon Balls, as they wish to use them for several important wishes that will ultimately change the course of history forever. One of them pertains to Murno, the fallen angel. Kibi then continues. Legend tells us of his immense power, enough to eclipse all of the gods and angels with the exception of the Grand Priest and Omni King, and so we saw that firsthand when we watched you mortals battle against him, and knowing that he's gone, they still have plans for him even after his death. Kibi then continues. There are many of us here, different breeds of demons, different sizes, and different desires and mindsets, but one thing remains constant, and that is the mission at hand. And our 4 Dark Masters aspire to resurrect Murno once Lord Raijin has been set free, so that way they can control Murno and use his powers along with their own to bring down the angels and the gods and usher in a new age that is only and solely controlled by the demon god Raijin. And in order for that to happen, they have set into motion to destroy anyone who dares to try and stand in their way. And you, well, you of course are now one of them, Goku. And so it won't be long now until they bring him back, and once they do, then the invasion will begin. As a shocked Goku then went on to respond, wait, so they want to try and revive Murno so that way they could try and use him to take over the entire multiverse? But that's just insane! Don't they know that Murno doesn't side with anyone but himself? Oh, this is just horrible, but why Murno? Why now? And just when you thought dealing with 4 Dark Masters was enough along with an entire army of demons, now we also have Murno to deal with again along with a new demon god too? Oh, this is just wrong. Listen, you guys don't know what you're dealing with here by trying to bring that fallen angel back again, but then it was only to the sudden shock of both Kibi and Goku, where Kibi had now gone as far as to sense something, as Kibi then went on to respond, oh no, damn it, she's coming. I can sense her energy nearby, and so it's only growing larger, which means that she's coming here. She? Wait, but who is she? Goku then went on to question. And why do you look so nervous all of a sudden, with Kibi then shouting, oh, it's one of the 4 Dark Masters, Gira. Oh, and so I can't let her see that I opened your chamber to talk to you like this. Damn it, and so if she does, then I will be destroyed for actively engaging with you when I shouldn't be. Kibi then went on to quickly respond, so play it off quick and do not utter a single thing that I've told you, got it? For if you do, then you will be destroyed too. To which moments later, as soon as the demon Kibi was trying to play everything off with Gira having to arrive, that's when the Dark Master Gira went on to respond, ah, Kibi, keeping an eye on our little mortal prisoner here, are you? You look a bit nervous, child. Has the mortal been running his mouth from within his pod? With Kibi then responding, yes, Lord Gira, and I was just about to teach him a lesson before you arrived. Well, we need this mortal alive, Kibi Gira then went on to respond. Destroying him was not a part of the plan, at least not yet. So you may leave us be. Your duty of keeping an eye on this Saiyan are over. With Kibi responding, yes, Lord Gira. Understood. Then I won't waste your time then. With Gira responding, good. So now leave us. To which, as Kibi was now shown doing, that's when Gira then went on to continue. I wouldn't want anything to get in the way of our little conversation. Isn't that right, Saiyan? There is much for us to show you while you're here. Especially now after seeing how skilled you are while able to battle against that fallen angel Murno. You can surely trust that you won't find any hope here, no matter what you may have heard, Gira continues. And of course, what you may think you know. To which Goku then went on to respond, yeah, well, that demon over there really was wasn't making things any easier for me, but either way, you won't get away with whatever it is that you guys are trying to do down here. With Gira then questioning, you dare speak to me with such disrespect, mortal Saiyan? How amusing to have this come from a creature who is chained away awaiting his fate by the hands of superior beings. We know everything about you, Son Goku. Everything that includes who you are along with the power you wield, on top of watching your battle against that fallen angel Murno too. We have so many plans just waiting for you, Saiyan. You and your kind disgust us. Never has a mortal from the outer realms dared to step into our domain until, of course, today. And this too, this of course will serve us all in much greater ways than you may think it does. And once we've had our fill, we will make sure to take care of you immediately as soon as we have collected what we needed to collect from you, Saiyan. And if you think, even for 1 second, that you will have what it takes.
Yo!
Just need one more civilian. There we go. These guys got 2 keys so far. Fucking barrier, bro. That was so annoying. I wasn't even trying to kill this girl. I was trying to kill I was trying to destroy that that vending machine. This one right here. Oh my gosh, where did this guy go? Turn him into candy. Two for one special. Alright, just need one more and I get my level 3. These guys been dodging me all game. They have both the key set. Well, now I know where the key is. Time patroller's duty. I don't got time for this. I'm just gonna destroy the time machine fast as possible. Let them waste their dragon changes. That's right, this whole team has barriers, bro. Nigga. I knew they were heading to D. This guy takes so long to destroy the area. Yeah.
takes to make it out of here alive, then, well, you are in for a rude awakening indeed, mortal. I'm going to have lots of fun with you before you die, but more on that a little later, Gira then went on to continue. We, of course, have the Super Dragon Balls to finish collecting, and it looks as though the others have already retrieved 4 of them here, with Goku then shouting, What? They already have 4? With Gira then responding, oh, don't miss me too much while I'm away. I'll be seeing you shortly, Saiyan. First, we have the Dragon Balls to oversee and collect, and very soon it'll all be ours to use, and once we do, then that's when our master will be set free yet again. And if we are able to bring Murno back and use him as our puppet in battle, then there will be no force that exists that will stop us. It'll all be ours with no one left to oppose us or our plans like they have before, and once we do, then it'll be the end of everything as they all know it. So we're all a while in the meantime when then going back to Earth and seeing as to how Gohan was now locked in a very intense training session with Piccolo, as both from that point were then shown locked in a test of strength, it was only upon having to do so where Piccolo went on to ask, what happened to you, Gohan? What happened to that power you used to destroy Cell Max? Did you already forget about the horrors caused by Murno when he came looking for us? Did you already extinguish that warrior spirit that once burned inside of you? With Gohan responding, no, not at all, but I didn't think that we'd find ourselves involved in another dangerous situation like the one with Murno again. Are you insane? Piccolo asks. Wake up, Gohan. You're lucky I'm not using my orange form against you. Now get it together. You're crumbling before me. Get up, Piccolo shouts. Show your strength through the willpower you have. Who do you think will fight to protect this world and everyone on it if your father and Vegeta just suddenly disappeared? Are your books going to save the universe? Piccolo asks. You went and did it again, and I will not have you slack off on me anymore, you hear me? There is a time and place to study, and there is a time and place to train. What if that creature that your father went after turns out to be an anomaly like Murno? What if we later find ourselves fighting against an enemy that we simply can't beat just because we were too careless to do anything about it when we had the time? Get up and fight for your family. Fight for those who can't fight back, Piccolo shouts. If all else, think about your daughter, a child who is counting on you to always be there during any great time of need. Are you just going to let her die? Get up and fight for her, because if you don't, then she will die. As this itself had now proven to be exactly what Gohan had needed, because upon Gohan now being shown having to slowly rise back up as Piccolo was beginning to struggle, it was only as Gohan was then beginning to get angry where Gohan went on to respond, I may not be as consistent with my training as you, my father, or Vegeta, but I will never, ever allow anything or anyone to ever hurt my little Pan or anyone else whom I love. I can feel it burning, Piccolo, with Piccolo responding, good. That's the way, now push harder. Right now, standing before you is life or death. Don't let what happened with Murno happen again, Piccolo shouts. You were lucky to have battled Cell Max after Murno, but that doesn't change the fact that you should still be stronger than this. Then if that's what you are standing before me, Gohan says, I'll crush you, Piccolo. Come on, if you've been more consistent with your training, then show me what you're all about. With pleasure, kid. I thought you'd never ask. As we only then see how Piccolo had tried to sweep Gohan under his legs, with Gohan being shown having to leap on up, it was only upon Piccolo now being shown firing multiple energy blasts at Gohan where Piccolo went on to shout, on your toes, a being like Murno would have already killed you by now. Think fast. No, it won't be like last time, Gohan says, as he was only from that point then met with a hailstorm of energy blasts that were now beginning to rain upon him. It was even then, despite Gohan feeling tremendous amounts of pain during this, where he from that point had now gone as far as to power up with such tremendous amounts of rage rage that it not only went as far as to cancel out Piccolo's attacks, but it was only after Gohan had done this where Piccolo went on to respond, "That's right, there it is. There's the warrior spirit I was looking for. Alright. The more we continue to draw this out of you, the better, with Gohan responding, "Hey, I'm not sure if you were intending on using that there behind you, but is that a new attack or something? Wait, no, that's some kind of a portal, isn't it?" As a seemingly baffled Piccolo now having to put this into question, it was only from there where Piccolo went on to respond, "What new attack? I wasn't charging up for any attack in secret. Wait, what in the world is that thing? I've located the Skinwalkers," an individual went on to respond, "Warriors of the 7th universe. Your blood is required." As we only from that point then make our way back onto Beerus's planet, as it only now appears as though with Beerus having to take a nap, Whis seems to be the only one looking back into his book for more information, as Whis went on to respond, "Interesting. So these demons operate best only when they're present in the demon realm and not within the living worlds. Oh, with the only exceptions being the 4 lords of the underworld and the demon god Raijin. So it's like having home field advantage," Whis adds, "only operating mostly within the demon realm." To which all of a sudden, with Vegeta now being shown arriving, it was only from there where Beerus had gone as far as to wake up by asking, "What the hell? Vegeta, where did you just poke your head from?" "My apologies, Lord Beerus, but I came here to speak with you and Whis about Kakarot," with Beerus shouting, "You've got some nerve showing your face around here after destroying my perfectly delicious ice cream sundae. I ought to beat you to death right now." But then, as Beerus was shown flipping over his hammock and falling back down onto the ground, it was only from there where Whis went on to address Vegeta by telling him, "What about Goku are you here to talk to us about, Vegeta? Is it because you're wondering where he disappeared into? I immediately knew once I felt his energy signature completely vanish from this universe," he adds. "Oh, so I take it that you're both experiencing strange things over on Earth. Oh, I feared it would come to this, but I had to be sure and double check just to see if what I was assuming to be the case is actually true," he says. "I know where Goku is, Vegeta, and so I think it's best if you come here so that I may explain it more by showing you. This may be a much bigger problem than you assume for it to be." "Damn Saiyans and their stupid and sudden intrusions," Beerus says. "I'm a destroyer god. What happened to showing a little respect around here? That stupid Vegeta, him and that stupid Goku. He's lucky I didn't pounce on him the moment his foot touched this here divine grass of mine. All this demon talk all of a sudden is really starting to annoy me. They're demons. I'm a god of destruction. Who cares? I destroy them without batting an eye." And that's how it happened, Vegeta told Whis. He also mentioned something about the hour of the beast arriving or something like that before blinding us both, which then led Kakarot into chasing him into the portal. "I see. So then Goku is now likely in the demon realm then," Whis says, with Beerus chiming in, "That idiot's really down there all by himself. So what's the big deal then, Whis? Can't you just go there and pull that Saiyan out of there or what? We angels are not permitted to enter into certain realms without first getting approval by the Grand Minister," Whis responds. "It goes with our angelic laws which always must be followed. Though we are supposed to be neutral by nature, there are always exceptions that can be made," he says. "Here, come and take a look at this here, Vegeta. It says here that the hour of the beast signals the awakening of the ancient god who was locked away by the first grand angel to be reborn," which it also goes on to mention that before the Great War turns into a long period of silence, a divine sacrifice must be made. Now I wonder what this could mean. And just what in the world is that? And where the hell did this thing just crawl out of? The energy that I'm sensing coming from this thing is pure evil. It feels like nothing but darkness and pain. Who are you? And what is it that you want by coming onto this planet? Piccolo then went on to question. "You better start talking if you know what's good for you, because if I didn't know any better, I take it that you are one of those demons similar to the one who was just on this planet earlier, aren't you? Now start talking." "Ah, yes, and you must be the mortal warrior who goes by the former name Kami, presently known as Piccolo. My name is Ravagor the Collector, and I am here to collect what I was sent here to gather and destroy you both without a trace." "Yeah, this guy is definitely one of them, alright," Gohan went on to land back down by responding. "So what do you think, Piccolo? Should we take care of him now, or wait and let this guy and try and attack us so that way we can gauge his power?" With Piccolo responding, "Hold your ground for a moment, Gohan. Gohan. Let's just see what he wants first, and then we'll see. So, what exactly are you here to collect? I take it that you aren't here to have a conversation with us or eat marshmallows, so what exactly are you looking for, Ravagor? With Ravagor responding, what I am after is none of your concern, and I will lay claim to what I was sent here to retrieve and destroy you both in the name of the almighty Dark Masters. And I can sense many creatures like you both here on this planet. Yes, what a rich and rewarding planet for us to lay waste to as soon as we take what we've come here to collect. And as it stands, it appears like you two are the world's strongest, which means more corpses for us to consume, with Gohan then asking, wait, what? Gross, corpses to consume? Yeah, he's one of them, alright, and whatever that he and his buddies are here to do, we can't let them succeed if we hope to stop them all in time before things get out of hand. Listen, no matter what happens, we can't let these demons get past the two of us, because that'll then leave everyone wide open to be targeted by these guys, Piccolo then went on to respond. Reserve your maximum power for if and when you need it. It's better to hold off and wait to see what things are like rather than blow it all off on a weakling, so no matter what happens here, stay sharp and remain alert, got it? But then, it was only just before either Piccolo and Gohan could react where Ravagor was then shown having to extend his arms out by attempting to grab onto Gohan by then responding, you mortals are wasting my time, and so I will collect what I was sent here to get, whether either of you accept it or not. The Dark Masters will have what they sent us out to gather, and I will not go back empty-handed. Not without taking a piece of both of you with me, with Piccolo then shouting, what the heck? This thing can extend its limbs in combat too? Oh, careful, Gohan! We've got to make sure to not give this thing what it came here for and destroy him before he destroys us. But as soon as Ravagor was then shown having to grab a hold of Gohan and dropping him, that was when Gohan then went on to shout, whoa, just what the heck is this guy doing? And that grip of his is just insane. Hey, what's this guy's deal? Oh no, Gohan! This might be a trap. He's going to try and take you instead of trying to fight you. We will deliver what the Dark Masters have ordered for us to retrieve, and so you will be the first of my victims to be taken into the demon realm so that you may be harvested, with Gohan shouting, oh, this guy's nuts! Hurry, Piccolo, before he finds a way to pull me through that portal! Oh no, you don't. I don't think so, demon. Now go and chew on this, you freak. You aren't going to be getting the better of us that easily, so choke on this. Oh, hurry and brace yourself in the meantime, Gohan! In which the moment Piccolo was then shown having to blast Ravagor and causing him to let go of Gohan, that was when Gohan then went on to continue, oh jeez, is he crazy or what? Nice save, Piccolo. I owe you one for that. Jeez, that thing was able to grab a hold of me a lot faster than I thought it would. Thanks a lot for getting him off of me, with Piccolo responding, you can thank me later, because what I want you to do is stand back up and wait to see if that thing is dead or not. Oh, it's hard to get a good read on that thing to make any sort of confirmation on whether or not he's dead or alive, but don't let what just happened happen again, got it? With Gohan responding, right, got it. So, what do you think? Do you think that did the trick or what? Because I can't seem to get a good read on his life signature behind all of that smoke. Do you think he's dead or what? Wait, hey Piccolo, listen. Are you starting to hear that too? That buzzing sound? But then, it was only from out of nowhere to both Piccolo and Gohan's surprise, where the demon Ravagor was then shown having to make his way towards them, as the demon Ravagor then went on to shout, my commands are to retrieve the samples that I was sent here to collect, for there is no longer a need for mortals to exist. You will both be reconstructed into our image, for I will not let the Dark Masters down. Whoa, don't take your eyes off of this guy no matter what, Piccolo. I know, and it's clear that this thing is after something that we have, and so let's hurry and make this quick. You are the stronger of the two, Ravagor went on to address Gohan by then responding, and so therefore you will give me what I came here to collect. But then, it was only just before Ravagor was able to extend his arm out and grabbing onto Gohan where Piccolo went on to quickly intervene by then responding, not on my watch, you freak. I don't think so. You aren't going to have your way with him or any of us while I'm around. And now that I'm up close and in your face, I gotta say, say that you are one ugly bastard, you know that? He's all yours. So now, Gohan, of all the places that your masters could have sent you, they sure did pick the wrong planet for you to land on, Gohan then went on to shout by striking Ravagore. And so now tell us what you want and why you were sent here to collect whatever it is that you want to collect. But it would seem as though the demon Ravagore had other intentions, as with Ravagore now shown having to attack both Piccolo and Gohan was when Ravagore then went on to respond, "What I am here to collect is none of your concern. All I need is one sample and the rest will be left for the Dark Masters to decide. And very soon, once we gather all of the samples that we need, is when your deepest, darkest nightmares will come true, and so resistance is futile, mortals." Oh no, Piccolo, be careful, Gohan then went on to shout. "He's a lot tougher than what we originally thought he'd be." Alright, that does it. "I've had enough of you," Gohan then went on to quickly respond by double axe handling Ravagore across the head. "Now if you want to try and take a sample from one of us, then come and try and take what you're looking for from me." Oh, something's not right here, Piccolo then went on to say to himself. This creature isn't just fighting for the sake of trying to end our lives, but instead, it looks as though he's trying to extract something from us. Is it energy? No, he can't be trying to steal our energy, because if he did, then me and Gohan would have been getting weaker all throughout the course of this fight, which we aren't. So, if he's not looking to steal our power from us, then what could he be looking to take that we have? Oh, well, whatever it might be is something that we can't take any chances on, and so we have to finish him off now. And this demon isn't making it easy with his energy being concealed beneath some kind of a dark barrier, but is it magic perhaps? Oh, there's a lot more to this thing than what he's letting off, and I'm sure that he's not the last either. And so who knows how many of these demons are on this planet that we aren't fully aware of. But you just don't get it now, do you, Gohan? They went on to question by avoiding one of Ravagore's strikes. You aren't going to win here, and so you're not going to have what you came here for, with Ravagore shouting, "Oh, you are in no position to be telling me on what the outcome of this battle will be, Daywalker." In which, from out of nowhere, within the heat of the moment, as soon as the demon Ravagore was then shown having to slice through Gohan's arm, was when Gohan then went on to shout, "Oh, damn it! Those claws of his are extremely sharp. Oh, you'll need to do way more than just cut me if you hope to win." Wait a second, Piccolo then went on to chime in. "I think I know what the demon is after, Gohan. It likely has something to do with our blood, our hair, or our skin." Ah, what perfect timing, Ravagore then went on to shout by extending his arm towards Piccolo. "And with one down, that just leaves one more for me to grab and collect what I came here to collect." Wait, really? Gohan then went on to question. Oh, then that would explain everything. Oh no, don't let him cut you then, Piccolo. We can't let this guy leave. But it was already seemingly too late, because with the demon Ravagore now having to acknowledge that he was able to collect the samples that he was here to retrieve, was when Ravagore then went on to respond, "What an amazingly unprecedented moment to witness. Their blood samples and DNA are now within my fingertips, just as I was hoping to come here and collect for the Dark Masters. And now that I have what I was originally sent here to collect, my mission and my duties here are now complete." To which seconds later, the moment Ravagore was attempting to make his escape by having to jump through one of the portals, was when Piccolo then went on to shout, "I knew it. And look, he's trying to get one over on us by trying to leave, but we can't let him escape, Gohan. There's no telling on what they're going to try and use that for," with Gohan responding, "Like hell if I have something to say about that, he won't. I'll go and hold him off, but keep your eyes open just in case he tries something behind my back." To which, as Gohan was now shown getting in front of Ravagore, was when Ravagore had no other choice but to stop in place, as Gohan then went on to shout, "Oh no, and just where do you think you're going? We are far from finished with you here, demon, and so you aren't going anywhere so as long as I'm here." To which seconds later, within that very moment, as Gohan was now shown going on the attack, was when Piccolo went on to chime back in, "I knew that there was something more as to why this demon was here than what he was letting off against us, and so now that we know as to why, we can't let that thing go back with our blood sample samples no matter what. But then, it was only just as Gohan was now beginning to beat down on Ravagore, where Ravagore was then shown having to detach his hands with Piccolo having to chime back in. Wait, hold on a second, what the heck is going on with that demon's hands? Oh darn it, now I see. That bastard can remove his hands and have them operate on their own? Of course, that's his plan. Damn this thing, his hands are moving way too fast and it looks like they're about to go through another portal. So that was his plan the entire time and there's nothing that I can do to stop them in time. In which, unbeknownst to Gohan from behind him, as soon as Ravagore's arms were shown fully going through the portal was when Gohan then went on to acknowledge the demon by then responding, "Alright, now I'm not going to ask you again, so this is going to be the last time that I'm going to address you nicely, so you better start talking, because this will be your one and only chance to tell us. Now, who are you working under?" Gohan questions. "Who are these dark masters that you keep talking about, and why is it that you need to collect our blood samples for? What exactly are you demons truly after?" Gohan continues. "And don't you dare even think about trying to attack me either, because you'll only be making things worse. So do the right thing here, and tell us as to why you and the rest of your kind are on our planet for. You don't have to try and make things any harder than what they already are for you, so tell us right now." As Piccolo went on to chime in, "He's not going to answer because it's already too late for us to do anything about it, Gohan. I saw him detach his hands before they were able to make their way through a small portal before I was able to react in time. And so this bastard got exactly what he came looking to collect here, because it was a trap." As Ravagore then went on to respond, "Who we are is not important, for our mission will soon be complete once Lord Raijin is brought back into regaining his position of power. And you mortals will all serve as cattle," Ravagore continues. "You will very soon come to find out the true horrors of our race, and thus, I only have one last task that I was set out to achieve, and that is to eliminate as many of you day-walking mortals as I possibly can, even if it means giving up my own life to see that you are both destroyed." As Gohan then went on to question, "Whoa, what the heck is he doing?" Oh, no you don't," Piccolo quickly went on by leaping on over and shutting Ravagore's mouth. "Oh, hurry Gohan, we've got to destroy this monster while we can. Now hurry and blast this monster right now while I'm still able to hold him. So send this monster into the grave and hit him with everything you can." With Gohan then having to respond, "It's about time that we shut this creature down, and I couldn't think of a better attack to send this monster packing than this one." In which, seconds later, with Gohan now being shown firing off a gigantic
Should have went and got them. We haven't found no keys yet. That's game. Got a power key radar a little too late. Yeah, no one was finding this key. I knew I heard this guy, bro. Excuse me. Hate this E key. Oh, that's game. We only have one Dragon Ball. Then watch. What's this guy doing? Purposely trying to get attacked. For what reason? Just this dumbass, and at least this guy tried. Almost got away.
Kamehameha with Piccolo being shown holding the demon in place was when Piccolo then went on to shout, "Oh, now let's just hope that this works! Now go and tell your so-called masters that we aren't scared of any of them!" To which upon Gohan's Kamehameha now being shown having to make initial contact by blasting Ravagore away was when Gohan then went on to chime back in, "And do make sure that the next time that you and your little buddies from down under in the demon realm decide to invade our planet, that they bring more than just one demon to try and get the job done here," as Piccolo then went on to shout, "Oh, so now that one definitely hurts." Whoa, no, are you okay, Piccolo? I swear I didn't mean to do that. Oh, yeah, well, don't sweat it, kid. Because so as long as that thing that we were dealing with is now gone, we can at least now take a little bit of time to get ourselves together and get down to the bottom of just what the hell is going on around here lately. But what's worse is the fact that that monster was able to remove his hands and go back into that realm that it came from with our blood beneath its fingernails, so I don't like that. With Gohan being shown having to point out by then responding, "Well, actually, after blasting that thing, I saw something falling down from the sky that looked like it belonged to that thing, and I think it's somewhere over in that area over there, so if we're hoping to get any sort of answers here, then we better start looking around," with Piccolo responding, "That's actually a good idea, because at least we'd start covering some ground here, so okay, while I go and look, just be sure to keep your eye out on whatever else could be lurking around here that's just waiting to attack us when we least expect it," with Gohan responding, "You got it, but let's just try and hurry and make this quick," to which as Piccolo is now shown having to approach the area which Gohan had pointed out was when Piccolo then went on to respond, "Well, I wasn't planning on hanging around here all night, so once we've done doing what we've got to do, let's go and head back to Bulma's and see if she can help us with any of our demon problems here, and go figure. Fresh blood," Piccolo continues, "but there's something in the middle, something looking solid. Wait, hold on a second, Piccolo continues. This looks like a piece of that demon's horn that must have been blown right off his head, and it still looks very fresh too. Well, this could actually be something that can help shed some answers on what's going on, Piccolo continues. And if there's anyone who would be able to get down to the bottom of almost anything, then it's certainly Bulma and Dr. Hedo, and so we better go get to them now before more show up, Piccolo continues. And let's just hope that we can get some answers out of making out what the hell is going on around here by showing her this, to which all the while when then going back onto Beerus's planet, it would only now seem as though Whis' conversation with Vegeta was now shown continuing as Whis went on to then respond, "Oh dear, well, it looks as though this might actually be a much bigger problem now than how I originally assumed that it would be, but, well, in order for us to know for sure, then I must seek out and go speak with the Grand Priest in order to find out more information on what may have caused all of this, and quite honestly, this was the last thing that I'm sure any one of us would have wanted to see happen, but unfortunately it has," with Vegeta then responding, "Wait, hold on a second, so you're meaning to tell me that your psychopath of a brother Murno was once responsible for sealing this demon realm away? But then what does this mean for all of those demons who are now in the demon realm?" "Oh, just great," Vegeta went on to try to locate Goku once again by responding, "I can't seem to get any sort of reading on Kakarot's life energy anywhere no matter where I look. Oh, but I know that there must be a way to reach him somehow. But how if I can't sense his life signature? Oh, damn you, clown. You sure picked a great time to take a vacation, you idiots," with Whis then having to chime in, "Well, you won't be able to find Goku if he is somewhere in the demon realm just by having to search for him the old-fashioned way, Vegeta. But here, I want you to take this," Whis went on to hand over the book to Vegeta by then responding, "Since we angels are never to go and learn of the dark arts which make up or counter a demon, maybe you can go and pick something up and learn a few things from this book, along with expanding your knowledge on learning more about who and what these creatures are. This entire so-called demon realm situation," Beerus then went on to say to himself, "really seems to have Whis a little on edge, especially since it looks like he's about to leave and take off and go somewhere. A little odd, but maybe this entire situation is worth looking into once I've taken a small nap. Though I do wonder on why he'd give Vegeta that book while he leaves. What does Whis know about these demons that I don't already know?" Beerus went on to question, with Whis then having to respond, "Now I'm not entirely sure on what is currently taking place within the moment until I speak with the Grand Minister about this, but while I'm away, I do ask for both you and Lord Beerus to keep your eyes and ears wide open in case either of you come across anything strange around here," Whis continues. "We can't be too sure about this until we get down to the bottom of what exactly is going on here. Well, and just in case if we do," Vegeta responds, "then we'll take care of it while we wait on your return, Whis. And though I'm not entirely sure on what I'll be able to find in here," Vegeta continues, "but I'll try to see what I can look into and get as many answers as I can, if anything," with Whis then responding, "Good, so do make sure that nothing else goes wrong around here if you or Lord Beerus happen to run into any sort of trouble," to which as Whis was then shown having to take his leave was when Vegeta had now gone as far as to look on up by then responding, "Oh, just great. And now it looks like we'll be stuck here dealing with demons the entire time. Oh, well, this was certainly not what I had in mind here today. And just when we managed to get ourselves out of one mess, here we are finding ourselves getting dragged into another. Oh, and I don't even know as to where I'm supposed to start or what I'm even supposed to be looking for in this damn book. This would have been so much easier if we had just gone and fought the demons head on instead of just doing, well, this. Well, I doubt that you'll be able to find anything in that book that Whis gave you there that will help you learn of anything that would be of use to you against these demons, Vegeta," Beerus went on to then quickly chime in. "But then again, I haven't read that book there in millions of years, so I likely forgot about what's even in that damn thing to begin with, but do be my guest there and go on ahead and look," with Vegeta then having to question, "Wait, so you yourself once read from this book, Lord Beerus? But if you did, then how come you don't seem to remember anything that's inside of it that talks about, well, how to deal with them, or did you just truly forget?" "Well, I did happen to just skim right by it or whatever," Beerus responds, "but I don't know, maybe you'll have better luck on reading through that thing and understanding on what needs to be done to stop those creatures. And well, in the meantime, I'll just go and take a nap for now while you read," to which as Vegeta was then shown having to sit on down was when Vegeta then went on to respond, "Oh, well, that's just wonderful, but maybe I'll be able to learn about their origin and perhaps a technique or two that will maybe help us stop them from coming. Oh, now let's see what we have here. And you better tone it down while you're here, Vegeta, because if you are to disturb me while I'm taking my nap, then you're going to have much bigger problems to worry about outside of those demons in that damn book. With Vegeta then responding, right, well, I'll be sure to try and wait until you wake up then in case I were to find a technique in here that I want to try. But then, it was only now unbeknownst to both Vegeta and Beerus from above them where the Demon Has was now shown having to spy on them as the Demon Has went on to then chime in, a book, you say? How very interesting for an angel to hand that over to a mortal to look into. You sneaky little worms. And with only 2 of them here and with that angel taking off, this here now gives us a golden opportunity to collect a few samples from the 2 of them while they're vulnerable. Yes, so I better go and inform the Dark Masters of what they're doing here before it's too late. To which all the while in the meantime, when then going back into seeing Whis travel through space was when Whis then went on to say to himself, now I'm almost positive that Murno's influence and his battle against the multiverse must have certainly been what caused for the demon realm to now be blown wide open, but how was it that none of us were able to sense this happening up until earlier today? Was it perhaps that maybe these demons have been in hiding this entire time? I have no doubt that my father's battle with Murno must have certainly been what caused all of this to happen all of a sudden, but I do wonder on what that book meant by what it said, as I'm also very certain that all of this must have predated even us angels before we were born, with of course the exception of both Murno and the Grand Priest. Whis continues, well, I'd better hurry and gather all of the answers that I could from the Grand Priest before things continue to spiral out of control here, Whis continues, and especially if the Super Dragon Balls are all starting to go missing in the process as well. And as I'm sure that the others must also be aware of these strange disturbances that have been taking place, for I have a very bad feeling that something is waiting for us that we have yet to locate and make a discovery on. And so I must hurry. I can't believe what those Dark Masters are trying to do, especially after knowing of the stakes and the danger that comes with attempting to bring someone like Murno back. And if they are somehow able to bring Murno back from being erased, Goku continues, then the cosmic balance of the entire multiverse will be thrown into utter chaos just like it was before. And so there's got to be a way for me to break out of here and warn the others about what's about to happen here. I just have to try, to which as Goku was attempting to be shown doing so, was when Goku then went on to continue,
Alright, guys,
oh, come on! Why
to.
can't I break free from this thing? It won't budge no matter how hard I continue and try to push. What the? My powers are completely zapped, which means that this chamber was meant to keep me from transforming into using higher levels of power after all. Wait, what's all of that rumbling and that noise that I'm hearing? Goku asks. Oh no, they were able to capture another one of the Super Dragon Balls? And what's even more alarming is I think that those Super Dragon Balls are getting smaller and smaller the more they are brought into this realm. So does that mean that they are able to shrink the Super Dragon Balls down to size so they can be used a lot easier down here than how they normally are? To which all the while in the distance, as soon as Dark Master Gira and Toro were now shown having to observe the Super Dragon Balls, was when Gira went on to then respond, so I see that Bakara and Jogo were indeed successful in obtaining yet another one of the Super Dragon Balls after all. And with the Saiyan locked away within his chamber as he awaits his death, very soon we will bask in our rightful and deserving glory, with Toro having to chime in, as it should, for the time of our ascension draws near, as the Super Dragon Balls are going to be the keys to our unmatched and absolute power. And very soon, once all goes according to our plan, the Demon Realm will grow to become
sitting at 1 view right now. I'm sitting at 5 viewers.
Possession, and with
What's going
our
on right when the match
Dark
starts?
Lords returning to us
gonna
once
stream snipe?
more, this just now means that Jogo and Bakara should already have most of the Super Dragon Balls within our domain, with Gira responding,
If I put
as
on
I'm
first,
sure
then we
they
know
do,
what's up.
because look over there behind them, Lord Toro. It looks like they've brought another, to which as the two were now shown doing, it was only just when Bakara and Jogo were shown having to re-enter into the Demon Realm was when Jogo went on to then respond.
Good, guys. Fine, no keys yet. Like, bro, why would you do that? Now when you die, I'm not saving you. Why are you following me, bro? Eat it. Yo, you know what? All right. You want to stay with me? I'm going to stay with you too. Stay together, man. Let's die together, bro. Fucking losers, man. Fucking faggots. I'm gonna come right to this guy, sell him out. Waiting for Terrence to tell me he won his match. I don't know why this guy didn't steal the Dragon Balls from me. Come on, bro. Let the Raider come get us. We lost this match. We're on to the next, man. Trash ass teammates.
And as promised, for we shall deliver, and with 5 of the 7 Super Dragon Balls collected, only 2 more remain before we are able to finally carry out our ultimate plan of action against the multiverse, as we don't plan to stop until the last 2 are found and of course retrieved to us, with Bakara chiming in. And while we go back on our hunt in finding and retrieving the final 2 Super Dragon Balls, it would be best if we keep these locked away just in case of any of those rotten deities where to catch on and find them. That's right, Jogo responds, and to ensure that the Super Dragon Balls are kept hidden from anyone else to find and retrieve, allow for me to take it from here. And so I call upon the great giants of our realm to come forth and protect our most valuable assets from unwanted intruders. And I call upon the youngest of the great Leviathans to do what is required of them, Jogo continues. I call upon you to come forth and take these magical wish-granting orbs wherever Master Toro instructs for you to bring them, and guard them with your life for so as long as they remain with our possession. To which, as Goku's pod was now beginning to shake, was when Goku then went on to respond, Hey, what the heck is that? Why is everything just suddenly beginning to shake all around me? And just what in the world is that energy that I'm sensing? Whoa! And just what in the world is that? Goku then went on to look up by questioning, is that another one of their demons that they have living down there with them? He's huge! Well, this thing's gotta be even bigger than any of the great apes that we've seen in the past. Wait, don't tell me that there are more of these things that are living down here outside of this one here. Ah, yes. Brilliant idea to have one of our great giants go and seize the Super Dragon Balls for us, as I know just the right place for him to bring them all into, Toro responds, with Gira then having to chime in, and if I may, I'm assuming that you'd want to hide them all in the time chamber, with Toro responding, that's exactly where I want to bring them all into. And you know as well as I do that the Super Dragon Balls possess unmatched power, and by hiding them inside of one of the time chamber realms, could we only then harness an advantage that no other being can: accelerated time. Their energy would replenish at an unparalleled rate, which would give us the ultimate advantage in allowing for their recharge time to diminish at an incredible pace. And even let's just say if someone were to suspect of our plan, Toro continues, pinpointing the exact time chamber that we have chosen to hide them inside of would be like finding a needle in a multiversal haystack. So why let the Super Dragon Balls gather energy at the pace of the mortal realm when we can bend time to our will? It's the strategy of a true mastermind, and it'll only be for us to know on where they are while we shorten their time span in order to continuously use them. Well, what a marvelous plan, Lord Toro, Gira responds. And with time being on our side, we could continue to reuse the Dragon Balls for as long as we'd like, with Toro chiming in, and that's exactly why we will have our way with no end in sight. And so now then, Leviathan, go and grab onto those Dragon Balls and chain them together and follow my lead. To which, as the giant Leviathan was now shown doing, it was only shortly after, with the Super Dragon Balls being shown condensed in size, was when Gira went on to then chime back in, and as we minimize the size of those Dragon Balls to reduce the overall efforts of pulling them into the time chamber, this just makes our mission that much easier now, with Toro responding, excellent, giant. And now that they are all safely secure, you will now come and follow me into the time chamber, where we will keep them all in. And while we search for the last remaining Dragon Balls, we will ensure that everything goes according to our plan until they are all collected. Let us go and make haste so that way we may find and retrieve the last of the Super Dragon Balls, Jogo went on to then respond, before they are spotted by any of those who are beginning to know.
You know what to do with the key.
Got all the keys. Have to get our level 2. Hit the wrong button. If anyone said Nasiki. Guys, all we need to do is set Nasiki. There we go. Oh my lord. A few more cubes, I get my level 3. Get this ball for this guy. Need 1 cube.
Anyone out there?
Come get the fucking ball. What are you doing?
Flying Nimbus!
Let me go save this person. Since I'm already over here.
Hey, thanks a lot.
How is Dragon Ball Kakarot going good right now? I don't understand what you mean by that. Dragon Ball Kakarot's not a multiplayer game. Unless I'm confused. And we got the W. GG's. Fuck, I should have recorded that. Oh, I am recording it. Bless. Dragon Ball's Kakarot. I don't think that's a multiplayer game, bro.
Notice that they have gone missing from their respective universe, Bakara. Yes, and even if they go and try to do something about it, Bakara responds, we will stop at nothing to make sure that we collect the last of the Super Dragon Balls regardless, so let us go. In the meantime then, Gira responds, I will go and check on that Saiyan again and see what I can get out of him in the meantime. Ah, Sugami. Just in time, Gira continues. Were you able to create what I have asked of you, or do you still need a little more time? With the demon scientist Sugami then responding, Mistress Gira, the genetic makeup of the Saiyan mortal now courses through the veins of our very creation. These shadow demons are the perfect amalgamation of Saiyan strength and demonic malevolence, now forged into one. And with Goku's DNA at the core of this creature, Sugami continues, he is not only a testament to Saiyan might, but also a symbol of our dark brilliance. The warriors of light will not stand a chance, with Gira then responding, and do you happen to have this sample of the shadow demon with you so that we may witness its power for ourselves? As a matter of fact, Lord Gira, I do, Sugami responds. I have the vial that contains this beast right here with me, as you can see, with Gira responding, excellent, Sugami, your intelligence has always been of great value to us, and since you have it with you now, I have an idea. Why don't we go and test our newly created demon creature on our newly visited Saiyan guest who waits for us, Gira questions. Shall we carry on, with Sugami having to respond, it would be an honor for me to show you the full nature and brute force of my newly created shadow demon, Lord Gira. Wonderful, Gira responds, then come with me and let's see what our new experiment has to offer in battle. To which seconds later, with Gira and Sugami now shown having to make their way in front of Goku, is when Gira had then gone as far as to address Goku by then responding, and well, would you look at what we have here? It's your lucky day today, Daywalker, for we actually have a surprise that's waiting for you, Goku. And don't worry, it's not a trap either, with Goku then having to question, wait, what exactly are you up to here, Gira? And why are you opening my chamber door? With Gira responding, because we actually want to see how good you truly are as we prepare to watch you engage against a very special opponent that my top scientist over there, Sugami, had created by using your blood, of course. And so I'll put it to you like this, Saiyan. If you were able to defeat our newly created shadow demon, then I'll award you your freedom. But if you lose, then you will go right back inside where you currently are, Gira continues. So for your sake, I hope that you are able to survive, unless you want to find yourself back inside of that prison pod of yours, with Goku responding, alright, so what are the two of you planning on doing here? I'm not really sure as to what you both have going on, but I can't allow for any of you demons to have your way with the multiverse. And I don't trust either of you, and so what is your move going to be? With the demon scientist Sugami having to chime in, shall I go ahead and release our experiment on the Saiyan, my lord, for it is ready to be used on your command, Master Gira, for I promise that this won't take very long upon beginning, with Gira responding, yes, now go ahead, Sugami, go and set your monster free, and let's see what it can do. As you wish, my master, and now then, Saiyan, I hereby would like for you to watch very closely as to what you will be going up against in a matter matter of a few moments here, for I promise that you will like what your eyes are going to see. And now behold the fruits of our dark sciences and forbidden sorcery, Saiyan. A shadow born of your very own essence, Goku. To which, as Sugami was shown throwing the vial down onto the ground, it was only seconds upon with the gooey head now being shown having to look on up from the ground was when Sugami then went on to continue, gaze upon the specter of your very own potential twisted by my own will, as this demon is the dark reflection of your very soul, Goku. For it was designed to do what you could not, to break, to conquer, and to end your race of warriors, including by putting an end to yours as well. Now prepare yourself, Goku, for you are about to face your ultimate irony, your own blood turned against you. For this shadow demon has not only inherited all of your strengths, but also the dark wisdom of countless eons. This creature is you, only far more destructive and sinister in its nature. Wait, hold on, you guys did what now? A shadow demon that's just as strong as I am at his core? So that was why that little demon on Earth wanted to collect our blood for. So you demons intend to sample our blood off and splice it into creating these things? Oh, just great. To which moments later, as Shadow Demon Goku is now shown having to emerge from the ground in between both Sugami and Gira, was when Sugami went on to chime in. Well, it looks like you weren't as dumb as I originally had taken for you to be, Saiyan, but yes, he will be one among many more, and we would like to see on just how good he is when going up against the original, which in this case would be you, with Gira having to respond. And for your sake, I do hope that you intend to fight our monster with the intention to destroy it, because our Shadow Demon's intention will be nothing short of being the same. Now go and have some fun with this mortal while we watch you in action against him, Shadow Clone. Break him if you want, but do make sure to try and get as much out of him first while you can. And I don't expect for you to fail, understand? Now go. To which, as the Shadow Demon was now shown having to charge at Goku, Goku was hereby left with no other choice than to engage against the Shadow Demon, as Goku then went on to quickly respond, "Oh, just wonderful. Now I gotta go and try and survive against my own blood? Alright, well, let's go and see what you're made of then, because regardless if you're made up of my DNA or not, don't expect for me to go down so easily to you without taking you down with me." In which, upon the moment of engagement, as soon as Goku was attempting to strike the Shadow Clone, with the Shadow Clone being shown leaping on above him, was when Gira went on to chime back in. And I am rather curious to see if our Shadow Demon over there could truly outperform its original in every single way, with Sugami responding, "Oh, I can assure you that it most certainly can, but if it can't, then it will simply adapt." To which, as Goku's energy blast was shown going right through the Shadow Demon, was when Goku went on to then chime back in, "Whoa, this thing can twist and rip its body apart? So then it knows of a way on how to counter energy attacks then, and it looks like it's really fast as well." In which, fortunately for Goku, with Goku being shown moving out of the way upon the Shadow Demon being shown having to attempt to strike him, was when Goku then went on to shout, "Whoa, yeah, this thing's a lot faster than I thought it would be, and so I can't leave any room for it to strike me. Oh, darn it! This thing can mimic the way I fight as well. Oh, this is bad." And I'm liking what I see coming from the Shadow Demon thus far, Sugami, but tell me then, would the demon display any weaknesses that the Saiyan could exploit in battle? With the demon scientist Sugami responding, "None that the mortal's eyes can help him see, but even if this Goku were to find one, the Shadow Demon could quickly adapt and correct its flaws before the Saiyan can exploit them. And as long as the demon remains active, then it will continue to go after its target until redirected otherwise, Lord Gira. And as I made sure that they serve their purpose, as the Shadow Demon has assimilated every fiber of Goku's battle prowess and is also ready to turn his own techniques against the Saiyan, so as long as the Shadow Demon isn't overworked in battle, that is, then Goku would be at a disadvantage." With the Dark Master Gira responding, "Then these Daywalkers are without a hope in the world if we begin to clone the originals and use these Shadow Demons against them. Excellent work, Sugami." To which, all the while in the meantime on the battlefield, as soon as Goku's body was shown crashing all throughout the landscape, was when Goku then went on to respond, "Oh, how was he able to do that just now without me being able to see him attacking? Alright, well, change of plans then," Goku continues, "since I can already see that Super Saiyan Blue isn't going to get me very far against that thing, and if that's the case, then I guess that just leaves me with one other option left, which I know has to work. And no matter what happens, it was as I said, Goku went on to power down by then responding, I cannot, under any circumstance, allow for you demons to get away with all of the horrible things that you're doing down here, so I have to try. As within that very moment, as the Shadow Demon was shown having to miss one of its strikes, with Goku now having to unleash the power of Ultra Instinct, was when Goku then went on to continue, you demons can try and copy me and make as many Shadow Demons as you like, but in the end, no matter how much you go and try, you will never be able to copy my resolve and the fire that burns within my very soul to drive the forces like you out of this world for good. And you don't have to believe me, cause I'll go and show it to you. To which, as the Shadow Demon was now shown approaching Goku from behind, was when Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku was from that point then shown taking initiative in elbowing the Shadow Demon in the stomach, as Sugami went on to then chime back in, ah yes, the power that surpasses the gods, as commonly referred to as Ultra Instinct. Well, this was certainly a surprise to see the mortal go and draw forward in battle, but what say you, Lord Gira? It's most definitely impressive to go and watch the mortal use this in battle, as he was shown doing against the fallen angel Murno, but this too won't be enough to win him the day, Gira continues, and especially not against us he won't, but let's watch and see how this will go, because look there, and I believe our Shadow Demon is beginning to adapt. Enough messing around, Goku went on to utter by addressing both Sugami and Gira, and I won't allow for the two of you to continue to go through with what you're doing, and so whether it's one of you or both of you, I'll go and take you demons on right here, right now, at once, with Sugami having to respond, and I'm flattered by your remarks, Saiyan, but you aren't quite out of the woods just yet, or you might want to go and take a look behind you and have a look for yourself in order for you to see. What in the world, Goku utters? You're not damaged? But that can't be. How did my attack not work on you? But then, it was only just as Goku went on to put this into question, with the Shadow Demon being shown headbutting Goku away, was when Sugami went on to respond, you didn't honestly think that it was over now, did you, Saiyan? For I made sure to make this as hard for you as I possibly could, with Gira having to respond, and I find it quite ironic on how you had already assumed victory so prematurely, yet you failed to understand that the Shadow Demon in which you face cannot be so easily beaten with such a simple attack, Goku. For it's almost like you are so overwhelmed that you don't even know as to what you want to do first, to which, as Goku was then shown firing multiple energy blasts at the Shadow Demon, we only from that point then see how the Shadow Demon was able to avoid each and every single one of Goku's blasts, as Goku went on to then chime in, oh darn it looks as though this monster is fast enough now to be able to react to my energy attacks as though it knows about what Ultra Instinct is. You may not be able to see it, Sugami went on to address Goku by telling him, but the Shadow Demon knows about your Ultra Instinct, and since its DNA comes directly from you, then it should already also know about how to counter it. Destroying these Shadow Demons isn't going to be as easy as you think it will, Sugami continues, for they are made to attack at all times, never to let up until they have been ordered to stand down or until they have carried out their purpose, Saiyan, and unless there is more to you than meets the eye that I am not already well aware of, Saiyan, then it'll only be a matter of time before you lose, Sugami says. That much I can very well assure you, since this demon is my creation. So, the clock continues to tick, Goku, with Dark Master Gira having to respond, these foolish creatures have no idea on what we have waiting for them that even Goku here has yet to see, as this is all but just the beginning, and no matter what these mortals try and do, they will never be able to overcome the sheer might of what we have waiting for them inside of the Demon Realm, Gira continues, for they are without a chance in the world, and very soon, once we have collected all 7 of the Super Dragon Balls as well, will they only then begin to realize that there is no hope for survival, to which in the meantime, when then venturing back over into Universe 7, it was only during Whis' journey in making his way towards the Grand Priest's palace where all of a sudden Whis had now gone as far as to sense something, as Whis went on to then respond, now hold on a minute, I'm sensing a very strange vibrational disturbance coming from the opposite direction that I'm traveling towards. Something's happening, Whis adds, and I'm also starting to sense that not one, but there are 2 energy signatures that I'm beginning to detect, which as Whis was now shown going into the opposite direction, Whis only then had a feeling that something very bad was happening within Universe 7, as Whis went on to then continue, and I better hurry and find out as to why this is happening, for it might in fact be something that might be connected to what's been going on around here as of late, and so if that's the case, I hope that I'm not not too late upon making my arrival and getting down to the bottom of this. To which shortly after, as soon as Whis was now shown having to finally arrive and having to notice as to exactly what was happening was when Whis went on to then respond, and I should have known that this was happening, and whoever is behind that portal are likely the ones who are trying to steal the Super Dragon Balls from our universe as well. But with my oath in place, there is nothing that I can do about that Dragon Ball, but let's try. Finding these massive Dragon Balls and using our magic to condense them down to size was a lot easier than I thought, Dark Master Jogo went on to respond. Yes, and very soon, with nothing standing in our way, Dark Master Bakara adds, our Dark Lord will finally be restored as we go and use these two. But then, it was only just before Bakara was even shown having the opportunity to finish his sentence where Whis went on to intervene by interrupting, so you were the ones who were responsible for disrupting the balance of this universe. And from what it looks like, you two appear to be demons, aren't you? And while using magic to remain undetected. How very clever. What the heck, Jogo? Look, it's the Angel of Universe 7, Bakara went on to then quickly interrupt. It's been a long time, Angel, Dark Master Jogo adds. How are you able to find us after we were careful enough to conceal our energies and life signatures? Have you come to try and stop us from taking this Dragon Ball, Angel, with Bakara also then having to chime in, because we aren't going to back down if you are, for this Dragon Ball along with the others hereby now belong to us, Angel. And I was able to sense ripples of oddity stretching across the cosmos, leading me here where the disturbance was at its strongest with the two of you. Which now I can't help but question as to what visions or aspirations drive you to seize these celestial spheres, Whis questions. What we intend to do with these spheres is none of your concern, Angel, for we don't intend to keep them around forever either, Bakara adds, with Whis responding, interesting, and is that because you are afraid of the consequences that will come crashing down onto all of you by telling me more about your plan, demons? And it would be wise for you to stop what it is that you are doing and go back into your realm, Whis continues, for it would be a shame for you to start something that you cannot possibly hope to finish. We'd rather die than relinquish our position, Jogo went on to respond, along with the Super Dragon Balls that we have collected. And so your empty threats mean nothing to us, nor will it stop us from carrying out our mission in doing what it is that we need to do for the betterment of the demon realm, Angel. Your curiosity is amusing, but ultimately futile, Bakara went on to respond by pointing behind him, for there is nothing and no one, not even an angel, that will deter us from our plans. Your kind usually stands on the sidelines impartial, don't they? For if this is true, then your words are inconsequential, Angel. So we will proceed as planned unless something quite radical were to change the course of our plans, whether you like it or not. It would be wise for you both to know where it is that you are and to not overstay your welcome by taking advantages of what this universe and others have to offer, demons. For even if it means that I must take action against you myself, then I will not hesitate, Whis responds. Oh, you damn angel, Bakara went on to shout as both he and Jogo got into fighting position. Quickly, prepare to engage, Jogo, for we may have to go and get Toro and Gira to aid us against him as well. Now hold your position. Wait, hold on, Bakara, Jogo went on to interrupt. And if my memory serves me correctly, as beings who have not fully manifested and crossed over into the confines of your universe physically, you can't engage against us, for we are beyond your jurisdiction to do so, aren't we, Jogo questions? Your angelic code forbids you from laying a hand on us unless directly engaged or given the order, with Whis responding, your claims are in fact correct, demon, for as an angel the limits of my power are indeed bound by the laws which I must follow, but that doesn't mean that I can't still go and seal your portal away and prevent you from using the same exit of escape, Whis continues. But once I go and speak with the Grand Priest about this, you will know that all that you have done will soon be corrected, for you will not be allowed to cross into our domain without being met with resistance, as Bakara went on to respond, very interesting choice of words, Whis. But you don't have to worry about your precious code or your domain for much longer, and you'll soon see as to why that is. That's right, Jogo chimes in, for we have other matters to attend to that requires our attention. So in the meantime, have fun while you still can, Bakara went on to wave, for it will not last forever either. So we'll be seeing you along with this entire universe very soon, Angel. And for your sake, we hope that you along along with everyone else, will be ready, Jogo says. To which seconds later, with both demons now shown retreating and going back into the demon realm, was when Whis went on to then chime back in. Oh dear, this is far worse than I had originally thought that it would be, which only means that I must hurry and go speak with the Grand Minister immediately before it's too late. And I must see if I can find a way to lift the angelic code that forbids us from engaging in battle as well. To which, as Whis was now shown making his journey to the Grand Priest, Whis now is beginning to understand the dangers that may possibly lie ahead, as Whis went on to then continue. And since it's all starting to become clear to me on just where the Super Dragon Balls are being taken and by whom, I must go and seek out special permission and see if I could assemble the other angels and go and get the Dragon Balls back. As with the Dark Master Toro being shown having to further give commands to the Leviathan in pulling the Super Dragon Balls forward, was when Toro then went on to respond, "Yes, right this way, my faithful giant, and with everything going just as I had foreseen, we have everything that we need right here with us right now. And speaking of, alas, the last of the Super Dragon Balls has finally been delivered." But it was only just as the Dark Masters Jogo and Bakara were from that point then shown making their way through, was when Bakara then went on to shout, "We come to you with both good and bad news, Master Toro, for even though we were able to find and retain the last of the Super Dragon Balls that we needed, there is but another problem that Jogo and I had ran into," with Jogo chiming in, "One of the angels who goes by Whis in the 7th universe had confronted us as we were retrieving the final Super Dragon Ball," with Bakara responding, "And to make matters worse, he plans to go and take action against us, assuming that he'd go and speak with the Grand Priest about the things that he was able to feel and see, Lord Toro," with Toro responding, "Then if one of those angels was able to catch on and see what you were doing, then it's more than likely that the others will soon follow as well. Which is why we must do what it is that we need to in order for this to work in our favor," Toro continues. "And while we still have the time, we
Right
must
now we
hurry
are
and go into
establishing the
one of the
connection,
sacred rooms of spirit and time
and we
and
found a
proceed
match,
with the
which has started in 2
plan.
minutes.
For we must remain vigilant at all times, for our next move will be a very important one where we will finally enact our grand design. And with the Super Dragon Balls, we will shift reality into our favor by bending their power in order to maximize their potential in secrecy. For there are but a few problems that we must go and deal with first, so it's best to not waste any more time," Toro continues. "And with the room that I have selected, finding our exact location will not be as easy even for those angels as one may think. Now let us move." To which, in the meantime, when then venturing back over onto Earth and seeing as to how both Gohan and Piccolo were from there shown having to pay a visit to both Bulma and Dr. Hedo, was when Gohan then went on to respond, "Hey you guys, sorry to just drop in unannounced like this, but well, me and Piccolo came here because we have something very urgent that we would like your help on," with Piccolo responding, "And although we know that what we're about to tell you both may seem a bit crazy, but well, if we don't start to get down to the bottom of things right now, then this may turn out to be a much bigger problem than we thought," with Dr. Hedo having to chime in, "Hey look Bulma, it's Gohan and Piccolo, and it looks like they've had a pretty rough day."
Pretty high level team.
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus! Trunks, I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Where am I? Where am I? You be careful too, okay?
We got one key so far. About to get my level 2.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
You have my thanks.
Another power key. Use it quick.
Alright, there's no way this man saw me coming here. Except for, I hate bro, he had to drive right by me, dog. Hopefully he goes to E. Trying to get my level 3.
I need help.
Is it not beautiful? Super transfer is headed your way. Take it now.
on their hands as well, with Bulma responding, "Hey you guys, well what brings the two of you in here that would require our help, and what happened to you guys?" Well, I'll go off on a limb and take a guess and say that they've been in a fight, right? Dr. Hedo questions, with Piccolo having to respond, something like that. But here, we found ourselves engaging against some kind of a demon, and after finally getting rid of him, we found this here, Piccolo presents. It's a piece of that creature's horn that was on its head. So is there any way that the two of you can tell us more about what exactly these things are by taking a blood sample of this here? Wait, do you mean to tell us that this thing here is what was actually on a demon's body? Dr. Hedo went on to question. How wacky. Well, for one, the blood certainly looks different. Yeah, no kidding, Bulma chimes in. And this thing looks really dense, almost like it was designed to withstand anything with the way it feels. Oh, well, I'm not sure as to what we could find right away, Bulma continues, but if you give us some time, I'm sure we could figure something out here, with Dr. Hedo chiming back in. Well, from the looks of it, its blood doesn't appear to be acidic, but, well, depending on its genetic makeup, I'm sure that samples of its power, or at least what this thing is made of, could be found within its DNA coding, which, well, that itself will also take a bit of time to get down to the bottom of. Well, whatever kind of information that we can go and get out of this thing, Bulma responds, is probably something that is worth looking into, especially if it's got Piccolo and Gohan all worked up. So let's just go and see what we can find then, Dr. Hedo, and just hope for the best, with Dr. Hedo responding, well, we might as well go on ahead and scan this thing by using the bone density scanner over there, so let's go and give it a read. To which a few moments later, as Dr. Hedo had continued his research and having to look deeper into this horn, was when Dr. Hedo went on to respond, well, this is certainly fascinating. The readings on this thing are all over the place with what I'm getting here, Bulma. Yeah, I can see that, Bulma responds. This horn's molecular structure is unlike anything that I've ever encountered before, with Piccolo having to address Gohan by then responding, well, let's just hope that we were able to nail that thing into making sure that it never comes back again, because I have a very bad feeling about this, Gohan. Yeah, no kidding, Gohan responds. And with the way they're describing as to what they're seeing, I can only imagine as to what they're going to find in that thing, but I'm also very curious to know more about this myself as well, with Dr. Hedo having to chime back in. There's a pattern of genetic complexity here that's absent in many of the species that we have in our data system, but what's even more interesting is that it looks as though whatever this creature was that Gohan and Piccolo were fighting against has some kind of paralyzing toxin within it, Dr. Hedo continues. And as I'm starting to believe that the nature of this creature, and perhaps others like it, isn't just a product of their environment, but a fundamental aspect of their genetic code. Almost like an evolutionary marvel, with Bulma having to then question, interesting, so what are we looking at here then if these things are supposed to be so much more of an evolutionary marvel, with Dr. Hedo responding, well, this could be a lot deeper than what we see on the surface, so it'll take a bit of time, but let's just see what else we can go and dig up first, because, well, the more information that we can gather, the better. To which all the while, when then going back into the demon realm, we only from that point then continue to bear witness to the battle involving Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku and his Shadow Demon, as Goku went on to rush on forward by then responding, I have dealt with many doppelgangers in my life before, and so this isn't going to be any different than what I dealt with in my past before, so let's do this. The fool doesn't seem to understand that this is no ordinary doppelganger that he is dealing with, the demon scientist Sugami went on to chime in. This is him, only a much darker and more twisted variant of who and what this Goku is at his very core. And soon he will come to find out that fighting these shadow demons isn't going to be as easy as he may assume for it to be. Now just imagine on how much more effective these would be for us, the Dark Master Giro responds, if we went and created more of these shadow demons by using the blood from the most powerful warriors in the multiverse. None of these mortals would even come close in standing a chance, let alone in reaching us if they tried. Actually, Lord Gira, that very plan has already been set into motion, for I have started the process of creating new shadow demons, with each of them mirroring different beings from across the multiverse, with Gira responding, very good news indeed, Sugami, for I wonder on just how far these mortals will try and go if it means fighting for the sake of protecting their precious little universe from what's coming. Yes, and so either way, they will all fail to stop us in the end. As in the meantime, with Goku's Shadow Demon now shown having to get the better of Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku by seemingly having to overwhelm him, was when Gira then went on to continue, and while the Saiyan mortal was shown to put up a decent enough battle against our superior Shadow Demon, I think it is is now clear as to where he stands in comparison to his polar opposites. For there is nothing that I can see this Saiyan being able to do if his hands are tied behind his back, Sugami. With Sugami having to respond, then I am glad to know that you are pleased with the results of this brief battle, my lord, as I will make sure that all of our Shadow Demons reign supreme over the originals, to which as the Shadow Demon was then shown kicking Goku away, it had only become painfully clear now that it seemed as though Goku was at a significant disadvantage, as Sugami then went on to continue, and with what I see, I think it's safe to assume that with the Saiyan struggling to adapt to the Shadow Demon, despite of course the Shadow Demon adapting to the original, Son Goku's efforts in overcoming our experiment are dwindling. And what better way to put an end to our little show than by having him sent flying right over here, for he never stood a chance, Gira continues. For there is a lesson to be learned throughout all of this, and a lesson that I hope that he takes note of very cautiously, as what you are about to experience will be a revelation in learning of the difference between us, as you will soon understand that your place in the cosmos is not at the top of the mountain, Gira continues, as you will soon understand that your place in the cosmos is not at the top of the mountain, but beneath the heel of a true demon's terror, Son Goku, as I will go and break you down from the inside out, shattering not just your body, but your spirit as well, Saiyan. Now let this serve as a reminder, Goku, that you and your kind will never succeed in stopping us. To which, shockingly enough, from out of nowhere, as Gira had proceeded in connecting a single solitary strike to Goku's spine and now having to completely tear apart Goku's spirit from within, was when Sugami then went on to respond, "Yes, this is your chance to put the Saiyan down and out of his misery for good, fellow demon. So now use this momentum to finally shut this Saiyan down and prove to Lord Gira as to why I've placed my trust in you. Show that Saiyan as to why you are superior in every single way, demon." To which moments later, with Goku's body ricocheting towards the Shadow Demon, with the Shadow Demon now seizing this opportunity and elbowing Goku in the stomach, it was only just between with the two attacks now having to take a toll on him, where Goku was from there shown powering back down, as Gira then went on to respond, "Excellent, and with that, so falls the mighty Goku." What did she just do to me? I can't hold on to my power. To where this was now it, because with Goku now being shown dropping on down and essentially being knocked out by both of these attacks having to take a toll on his body, was when Sugami then went on to continue, "You never cease to amaze me, Lord Gira, especially since it's been a very long time since I've seen you use your spirit distortion technique, but alas, these mortals, no matter how powerful they claim to be, often go and leave themselves wide open by letting their emotions dictate the course of their battles for them. For it is a mortal flaw that ultimately becomes their undoing," Sugami continues. "They fight with feelings, leaving their defenses vulnerable, just as our clone was able to find and exploit by the very end. And although these Shadow Demons may not be able to grow stronger in a traditional sense, their strength lies in their ability to adapt during the course of any battle, as they are already at their peak from the moment of their creation, my master," with Gira having to respond, "And with this test successful, we have proven that our demon clones are more than capable of contending against the originals, which only now means that more will be created for when the time comes for us to make our move, Sugami. For you have done well to prove yourself and your creation, but for now, we will go and put our guest right back to where he belongs in the meantime, as for now, we must turn our attention to the other threats that loom, as Goku was but one small piece in a far larger puzzle. So we will go and keep him here until Lord Toro calls for his life to be ripped away, right after Lord Raijin is wished to be set free, of course. But let us not forget that we must remain vigilant until that time is right," Gira continues. "And so we must be ruthless in our pursuit, leaving no stone unturned and no realm unexplored in our quest, Sugami. So in the meantime, we will continue to refine our army and collect the Super Dragon Balls while our friend remains within his cage," Gira continues, as it's for the best since this Saiyan still poses a threat to our plans, so we cannot run the risk of having him roam freely within our domain. For our maneuvers must be cloaked in the shadows and our intentions hidden until the moment is right, for when it is that we finally strike, it will be with such force and precision that the entire multiverse will have no other choice but to ultimately yield to our very will, Sugami. But little did anyone know that far off in the distance, as the demon Kibi was shown having to oversee all of this, was when Kibi then went on to say to himself, and I can't help but wonder, as the more I ponder on the truth, the more I continue to question. What if this Goku is not the harbinger of doom that we have labeled him out to be, Kibi questions. I don't trust this Saiyan, not by a long shot, but what if his presence here in the demon realm is truly but a result of circumstances beyond his control, or worse, what if the things that he was saying had actually turned out to be true? Could bringing back the fallen angel Murno truly be something that will destroy us all, Kibi questions? Are they all not made well aware of the things that this fallen angel could do to us if he were to somehow be revived? Or do they simply not care? For I didn't sense any lies that were coming from him, and so therefore there must be more to him than what any of us could see on the surface, Kibi continued.
All right, let's get this W. Stay away from all civilians. I don't trust that civilian. He's getting key rushed heavy right now. It's tagging where the raider is. If I see him, I'm gonna tag him. Everyone's scared to plant the key right now. But the raider's probably just sitting, waiting for us to go to him. Not a good strategy. He's over there somewhere. Oh, it's game over for the raider. I know that's not the guy with the Dragon Balls, because that'd be real annoying. Yeah, it's not. Save this person. Oh, get out, man. Everyone head to the time machine. Someone has the Dragon Balls. Why is this guy not summoning? Super reflexes. Should have stayed on the time machine. Man. I almost had it with the finishing blow. If I had a Kamehameha, we would have won that, but GG's team.
is, for I can go and destroy him right now if I just so choose, but maybe it is best for him to go back to where he came from rather than remain here where he currently is. There was no way that he could have pulled off a victory with Master Gira there having to oversee this entire battle, which only means that they were simply keeping him here so that they could use him. Use him for his combat prowess and his blood samples. But who are you, Saiyan? At your very core, who are you, Kibi questions? He could have went and ended my life when he struck me, but he didn't and decided to spare me. Well then, if you had found it within you to let me live, then I owe you the favor, but not without getting something out of you while you're still here. For I can't go and let anyone see me, but for what it's worth, you better give me all of the information that I seek, because once this is done is when you and I can call it even. To which, in the meantime, when then venturing back on over onto Beerus's planet and seeing as to how Beerus was relaxing by eating a set of grapes as Vegeta was shown reading the book that Whis had given him, while continuing to not think much of it and having to look on over and seeing as to how Vegeta was fixated on this book, was when Beerus went on to then chime in, "Tell me something, having any luck by getting anything useful out of that book that you're reading there, Vegeta? For you've been very quiet now for the last half hour, so you better not go and get too lost while flipping through those pages," with Vegeta responding, "Well, this book has actually given me a bit of information on how those demons down there in the demon realm operate, along with providing me with certain spells and techniques on how to engage against some of them, but I'm trying to decipher its methods and how they are done in battle. For there appears to be more in this book that talks about these demons and how to engage against them than you may think." "Oh really, is that so?" Beerus went on to then question. "Well good, because maybe you'll go and clear them all out of my universe if you manage to actually learn of some of these techniques on how to get rid of them," Beerus continues. "And besides, if anyone thinks that any of those demons stand any sort of chance against the Destroyer God, and especially after having battled against that angel Murno, then they have another thing coming, for I will not hesitate to do what must be done in battle." But then, it was only to the sudden shock of both Beerus and Vegeta where a voice from out of nowhere then went on to chime in, "I would slow your roll down if I were you, Destroyer, for you have no idea on what we are or whom you are dealing with. So unless the two of you have some sort of a death wish that you wouldn't mind us having to grant, well then we'll be happy enough to see that through for you," with Beerus having to then question, "What did you just say? And you dare arrive on my planet without my approval? Oh, now you've done it, for I will not talk."
We found another match like within 10 seconds. I didn't get a chance to get up. Who's inviting you? Are those your friends? Yeah, we found a match pretty quick. I don't know what the hell happened. Just yet. we got power key radar. Let's head to B. Shit. Bro, why is this guy coming right for me, dog? Like, move. There's some civilians over there. This guy really went from one side of the map to the other just to get me. Try to get the C and D key. E rush failed. Yes, key sense. Okay, they're on that key right there. I think he's camping the body. I don't know what's going on. No, he killed her. We have any level 3s on our team? Nope. Should just leave this here. W escape. That's my dragon change though. Well, guys, my birthday's in a couple of hours. Well, not a couple of hours, but my birthday's on New Year's Day. It's New Year's Eve right now. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. The only way we're gonna win this is if he sells. Or we hit him with a whole bunch of stuns. Three people went down, bro. Just me, yo. Are we gonna make it? Are we gonna make it? Are we gonna make it? We're gonna make it. I think we're gonna make it. We made it. I made it solo dolo. Shout out to the team, sacrifice. But we made it. Hit him with his own move. Go, go, come. Last man standing. Like I told you, we either get killed first or we live long enough to win the match. We live long enough to win the match. Low level players too.
Tolerate any kind of disrespect towards me on my planet. That's right, Destroyer, the Demon Haas went on to return by responding. However, we weren't sent to come back here so that we can lay back and eat grapes all day either, for we're actually on a mission to get something. And so one way or another, whether either of you like it or not, we will get what we came here for, as I promise you both that it won't take long if you just go ahead and do the right thing here, and just simply give us what we want so that way we'll be on our merry little way, understand? And since we already had extracted what we needed from you back on Earth, Saiyan, me and Oru here were sent to come and collect something from that god of destruction while we're in the 7th universe. And don't try and assume that we're alone either, for we demons tend to have eyes and ears all around you. With the demon Oru responding, we came here for a sample of your destroyer's blood, so give us what we were sent here to collect or you will be destroyed, for our time in this universe is limited. And so now what will it be? Will you both choose to comply or shall we engage? With Vegeta responding, as if I'll allow for what happened on Earth before to happen here again. You fools have no idea on what you just did by coming here. And as far as I'm concerned, the two of you won't be going back with anything, not while I'm here. The one with the big mouth, is that him? Oru went on to then question. Is that the one that Sugami had told us to use the vial on? Has? It must be him. With the demon Has responding, oh yes, that's him alright, but we'll use our reserves just in case we run into any trouble. They were only on my planet for no less than a few minutes and I'm already tired of listening to them speak, Beerus went on to then sit up by responding, as I'm not really in the mood to go and do it myself, but you and Goku owe me for ruining my ice cream, so now destroy them, Vegeta. To which upon Vegeta being shown now having to crack his knuckles in slowly making his way towards the demons was when Vegeta then went on to respond, I'm already 3 steps ahead of you, Lord Beerus. Go and take my blood back on Earth now, will you? Alright, demons. It's time that we get up close and personal for a moment so that way we can get to know each other a little better. And so with that said, which one of you will be first? Gather together, Dark Lords, for the time of great change is finally upon us, as from here on, we will go and use the Super Dragon Balls during each rotation that we get, and ensure that they remain intact before they are able to scatter away, so that way we can use the Time Chamber's recharge time to go and use them again. So we will go and hold them together for as long as we can, so that way we can get as much out of these Super Dragon Balls that we possibly can, as I will need you all to pay very close attention and not lose your focus during each of our wishes, understood? For there are several things that must be carried out before we are able to set Master Raijin free from his prison. With Dark Master Bakaro responding, then we will make the most of this extremely rich opportunity to ensure that we get the most out of this moment, Lord Toro. Indeed, for they wait for us, Dark Lord. So in the meantime, do not forget about the plan nor waver in case something goes wrong. For we must ensure that everything goes according to our plan, especially with our first wish, understood? For we will start with the biggest thorns at our side and work our way down until we are able to set Lord Raijin free, got it? Because as long as we remain hidden and away from their watchful eye is where we will hold the upper hand, Toro continues. And while we do, the entire multiverse will soon be within our reach, for our expansion draws near, Toro went on to then add. And with one of the many Leviathans here to ensure us that the Super Dragon Balls will remain under our control, then let us begin the summoning process and start using them now. With Dark Master Jogo having to chime in, yes, for let us proceed and change the landscape of the entire multiverse once and for all. With Toro having to then shout, then let us move, for our time has finally arrived. And now, almighty eternal dragon, your presence is required. Now come forth, almighty dragon god, and grant us our wish. Pretty peas. In which within that very moment, as the Super Dragon was now beginning to form and having to exit from the Dragon Balls, was when the Dark Master Gira went on to chime in, amazing, just look at the size of this creature simply by emerging from those condensed yet still massive Super Dragon Balls. Well, either way, let us hope that all goes according to our will once we are able to make our wish. With Dark Master Jogo responding, then let us be patient and see how this will go, Lord Gira, for the last thing that this dragon will want is to have us turn against it. In which moments later, with the Super Dragon now having to oversee both the Dark Masters and the Leviathan standing in the Time Chamber, was when the Super Dragon went on to then respond, you who have gathered all 7 of the Super Dragon Balls, what is your wish? Speak now, for I will grant them. So this is the almighty and all-powerful Supreme Dragon, Dark Master Bakaro went on to comment. What an incredible sight to behold, but we must not waste this small window that we have while it's here to make our move, Dark Dark Ones. I agree, Toro responds, but first we must go about by not freeing Lord Raijin so quickly, for if his presence were to be felt by the gods, then they will surely come swooping down and try to put an end to our plans. With Gira responding, then shall we go and do something about the Grand Priest and Omni Kings first, since they would pose the biggest threat to our plans? With Bakara chiming in, yes, I agree, for the lower gods are the least of our concern here, Lord Toro. With Toro responding, right, then that is what we'll go and do. And so, alright now, Dragon. Now, our first wish is to abolish the Omni Kings from every plane of existence in getting rid of them forever. As we wish for the total and absolute eradication of the Omni Kings at once. Pretty peas. Your wish to destroy the Omni Kings and rid them from the pages of history, the Super Dragon responds, cannot be granted. With the Dark Masters left in shock, with Gira having to then ask, wait, but what? The wish cannot be granted? But why? How could that even be? With Toro putting into question, but that's impossible. Why can't our wish be granted if you are said to have the ability to grant any wish that anyone may desire? We demand answers as to why this can't be done, Dragon, so explain. Though while the Omni Kings remain omnipotent, the Super Dragon responds, they are beings who transcend the very nature of both space and time itself, without any limitation placed on them which prevents them from further doing as they please. For they are not bound by the same laws and conditions that govern other beings, the dragon continues, as their very will is the law of the cosmos, and their existence is synonymous with the very existence of reality itself. The Omni Kings are not mere beings who exist within any specific realm, but they are rather the very architects of its existence, as their authority is absolute, encompassing all realms, dimensions, and entities who stand before him, including me despite my power, the dragon continues. Simply put, the Omni Kings can destroy themselves if they so choose, and while having you wish for them to be destroyed is simply too vast and goes far beyond my ability to have this wish be granted for you. With Toro responding, oh, but how can that be? And so only an equal Omni power that is identical to theirs can do it? And so those little worms just can't be wished away? But there must be something that we can do in order to rid them of our troubles before Lord Raijin's arrival. For we must find a way to get rid of them for good, and we must do it now. With Dark Master Jogo responding, perhaps while we wait and think of another way of removing the Omni Kings from this equation, we should shift our focus onto doing something about that pesky Grand Priest and those guards who watch over the Omni Kings. With Toro responding, yes, but of course, they too pose a very big risk to our grand plan if something isn't done about them. Alright, Dragon, we wish for the imprisonment and permanent seal of both the Grand Priest and the Omni Guards right now. We demand for them to be removed and placed within the prison realm at once. With the Super Dragon responding, your wish to seal away the Grand Priest along with the two Omni Guards who watch over the Omni Kings shall be granted. As during this time when venturing on over inside of the Omni King's palace, in seeing as to how the Grand Priest was playing red light, green light, 1, 2, 3 with the Omni Kings, was when the Omni Kings they went on to respond, alright, we're about to start now, so you better be ready because this time we're gonna get ya. So here we go, you ready? Red light, green light, 1, 2, 3. Aw, he's not moving, the Omni Kings went on to then both say. Are you sure he didn't move, the present Omni King asks, with the future Omni King responding, no, I didn't, but the Grand Priest is really good at this, so let's hurry it up and try again. Let's go, let's go! Well, I will say that I do believe that thus far, the Grand Priest went on to respond, that I am the one who is in the lead here, sire, so shall we go again? Okay, but this time you're going down and you know it, both of the Omni Kings respond, so get ready because we're going to totally catch you this time and you know it, so here goes. Red light, green light, 1, 2, 3. Wait, did he move? Did we get him this time or were we too late? Oh, well, let's just hurry and keep trying then. Alright, now you've done it, Grand Minister, because this time we're going to catch you for sure. So here goes nothing. Red light, green light, 1, 2, 3. Hey, he's gone, the Omni Kings utter. But where did he go? With the future Omni King in questioning, "Do you think he's hiding from us somewhere?" "I don't know," the present Omni King responds. "He just vanished from out of nowhere, but where did he go?" As within this time, with an unsuspecting Grand Priest now shown being teleported within the prison dimension, was when the Grand Priest went on to then question, "What is this? Why and how was I just brought here? And this realm? Wait, I remember this place, for this is the prison dimension. But why was I brought here, and more importantly, by whom?" the Grand Priest went on to question. "For something's not right, as I am not supposed to be here, and so I must hurry and return to the Omni Kings immediately." But then, it was just before the Grand Priest could even go as far as to act, where from out of nowhere, a metal straitjacket was then shown appearing onto his body, as the Grand Priest went on to shout, "What? This suit? Angelic containment armor? No, I must hurry and..." But once again, before the Grand Priest couldn't act in making any sort of change, was when a mask was then shown forming around his face, as the Grand Priest went on to then say to himself, "I can't move my body, but how could this be? For there is no mortal god or angel who could have done this unless... But of course, this must have been the result of someone using the Super Dragon Balls to do it. But who?" the Grand Priest questioned, and from the looks of it, they have summoned a sealing ritual to trap me. For I must try and attempt...
As long as we don't get stream sniped, we should be good. Need to upgrade that internet, homie. That's not what we need right now, man. Need a power key radar so we can key rush him. Why do I have trash ass teammates in my match, bro? Could you be in someone else's match? It's too late for this bullshit. They haven't found no keys yet. Bro, we had a level 1 Frieza. There's no reason why we should have lost this match. Then again, can't find no fucking keys either. Unless I find a power key radar, I'm done with E. Go help him. Get me out this match. Just do as much damage as possible. Too late, bro. We only found one more key. This match looks like it might be a loss still. Somehow we can get the Dragon Balls back. Like I said, we only have one key, so where is it? I don't even know where it is. Alright, we have 5 Dragon Balls. Frieza has the 1 ball I had. There's only 4 of us left. I'm gonna go the long way. We lost the other set of balls. He saw me. Yeah, it's the last Dragon Ball. We just let them kill us and move on to the next match. Still have to find this damn D key and E key. I couldn't find the E key earlier, so I just gave it up. If no one revives that person, an escape time machine will pop up. I don't, because there's none over here. There's none in E, none in D. Freaking put the beacon all the way in A and B. I'm gonna try to save my teammates. This person glitched out. You good, fam? I'm confused. Let's see if he's gonna make it. He's actually waiting for her. You're gonna get cooked, man. This is why you don't try to save these hoes, man. Let them go. Thumbs up. See what happens when you try to save these hoes? You end up dying, bro. Dumbass bitches.
To break free from these chains and this armor before it's too late, for I can't run the risk of leaving the Omni Kings all alone without me there to watch over them. I must still try. As the Omni Guards from out of nowhere then surprisingly enough went on to address the Grand Priest by responding, "Almighty Grand Minister, can you hear us? We are here with you, but we can't move. We are sorry, Your Majesty, but we cannot do anything to help you, for we are trapped too." "No, not you too," the Grand Priest then went on to respond. "Then what that just means that with the both of you sealed in this realm with me, the Omni Kings therefore remain alone and unattended. But worry not, fellow guards, for I will find a way to break out of these chains and set you both free so that we may return to the Omni Kings at once." But even with the two Omni Guards and the Grand Priest attempting to shake their way out of this was when Toro went on to then respond, "Tell us now then, Dragon, is it done? Were we able to do away with the Grand Priest and those Omni Guards who protect the Omni Kings? We want to know the results of our wish right now, so now tell us." With Super Shenron responding, "Your wish was successful, for the Omni Guards along with the Grand Priest have been locked away and sealed within the prison realm, where they shall remain and slumber in until the seal is undone or broken for them to be set free. For they will also remain restricted from using their powers in any way to break free unless the wish were to somehow be reversed or undone by those who wish to set them free." With Toro responding, "Excellent. And with those three locked away and out of our way, their empire will slowly start to deteriorate without them being around to do anything to stop it. Angelic prisons were always known to be inescapable, and since this is a realm that the Grand Priest had created to keep those who have been deemed as guilty locked away for all of time, then what better way to make use of that place than by locking them all away instead?" In which within that very moment, as both Omni Guards and the Grand Priest were now slowly being shown going to sleep, was when Toro then went on to continue, "And now that they are out of the way, this just leaves us now to deal with the Omni Kings, for we must figure out of a way to set them aside before we wish for Lord Raijin to return. Because either way, with them out of the way, there will be nothing and no one that will stand in our way of stopping us." With the Super Dragon responding, "And now that I have granted your wish, I hereby bid you a farewell." With Gira quickly responding, "Oh no, hurry, Dark Lords, before the Super Dragon Balls scatter away, we must go and bind them in place while we still can." "Yes, and now, Leviathan," Toro went on to shout, "grab hold of all 7 of those Super Dragon Balls by using the binding chains right now." now. In which back within the hyperbolic time chamber with the giant Leviathan now shown using the binding chains and wrapping them around the Super Dragon Balls was when Toro then went on to continue, do not let them escape our grasp, and so grab hold of them and remain in place until we have claimed them all again. Yes, that's right. Now with our magic, hold them all in place, Dark Lords, for it is almost done. Steady, steady. There we go, for they are finally all stable and ready to be used once their recharge time has been completed. Wonderful, and now we wait, with Jogo responding, but how long do we have to wait until we are able to use the Super Dragon Balls again, with Toro responding, not long at all. In fact, for while they're in here, it'll only take about 3 hours per turn before we are able to reuse them again, and so goes the rest. And while we wait, Toro continues, we must think that if the Omni Kings cannot be erased through the power of the Super Dragon Balls, then the next best option is to find a way to permanently immobilize them without engaging them. And so for as long as the main gods are taken out of this equation, then our plans will go without a hitch. For there is no living creature that is without some kind of a weakness that leaves them wide open, and so we must think of a way on how to get rid of them once the 3-hour time limit comes to an end. So let us consult. As even in the meantime, while this was shown happening, when then venturing on over throughout the multiverse and first having to visit Universe 1, was when we then began to see an example of the demons having to make their move all throughout the multiverse, as Angel Owamo went on to respond, well, would you look at that, you went and set another record for yourself, Lord Iwan, for you are currently at 997,584,963 inverted push-ups, sire. And as I am starting to wonder on how many more of these you have left, and as I'm starting to now wonder on how many more of these you have left, do you not wish to go and take a water break, my lord, with God of Destruction Iwan responding, I still have plenty more of these left in the tank, Owamo, so just keep counting and don't let this distract you. I will reach 1 billion if it's the last thing that I do, unless I lose balance. And so I hope you're keeping track over there, Owamo, as unbeknownst to an unsuspecting Iwan, with a hand now shown having to slowly reach on out from a portal, was where the God of Destruction Iwan continued to do his push-ups without having to realize, as Iwan went on to then continue, because I'll go and say that no other God of Destruction among the bunch will ever out-push up me, and especially not without taking a few water breaks in between, with Iwamo having to respond, now hold on there just a minute, and just where in the world did that hand just appear from, as Iwano went on to then respond, hey, are you counting, Owamo? You better be marking down those numbers so that way I don't lose track of what the... There we are, that's all that we need, so thank you very much, you silly little furry god, the demon went on to respond, in which upon the hand being shown plucking a small hair from Iwan's head and causing Iwan to fall on down was when Iwan then went on to shout, oh, hey, what gives? I was just about to go and set another record, Owamo, you ruined it! So goodness, are you okay, Lord Iwan? That wasn't me who just touched you just now, for did you not happen to see on what just happened with Iwan having to question, wait, no, what do you mean? What happened? There was someone here on my planet? But how? I didn't sense any visitors come here, with Angel Owamo chiming in, well, I'm not quite sure, but if my memory serves me correct, then I think that whatever that was just now had originated from another dimension, Lord Iwan, but where? In which back on over within the demon realm, as we now get to see exactly as to why this was when Demon Sugami went on to then question, tell me, were you able to retrieve a sample from Universe 1's destroyer for me to use, Gimo? I trust that you have what I want, with Demon Gimo responding, we did, though we had to keep our distance and wait for the right time to snatch a piece of his hair. Nevertheless, we have what you've been longing for, Sugami, for we hope that this will be of great use to us in your experiment, with Demon Sugami responding, excellent work, Demon, for this will most definitely come in handy in creating the ultimate god hybrid. But I still require more samples from the other remaining gods of destruction, so in order for this to work, work, I would need for you to collect the last remaining samples from the gods whom you have not visited in order for my creation to be brought to life. Do this and do not fail me, Gimo. For once Lord Raijin returns, I want him to see the fruits of our efforts, so go and collect whatever you can get your hands on, whether that be hair, blood, skin, energy, or anything that you could for this to work. Now go. Understood, as we will not let any of you down, Doctor, for we know exactly as to where we will go next, with Demon Sugami having to then say to himself, good, yes, very good, as we will soon have our own personal weapon that will counter each and every single one of those gods of destruction, and especially if the Dark Masters and Lord Raijin would already have their hands full elsewhere. But in order for this to work, I will need 12 samples from each and every single one of those 12 gods of destruction for this to become a reality. And as I have no doubt that we will have everything that we will need in order to make this all work in the end, Sugami continues. And as Lord Toro had instructed for me to go out and design the ultimate counter to a god of destruction, and I will make them more than what they have asked for me to provide, and as I will create a demon destroyer who goes far beyond all 12 gods of destruction. For we will forge an unbeatable army with some demons channeling the very nature of those whom we sample it off of. Yes, and once we do, there will be no one left who will be able to stand in our way again. In which, in the meantime, when then venturing back on over to Beerus's planet and now seeing the demon Oru go after Vegeta, was when Haas went on to then shout, "That's right, now go and tear that mortal Saiyan into pieces so that way we can go and collect what we came here to collect by running through that god of destruction." But Vegeta, on the other hand, did not seem as though he was sweating Oru at all, as Demon Oru went on to then respond, "It would be wise to accept your fate rather than resist, because you won't be able to beat me and you know it's mortal. Not a chance, Demon. You've lost your mind if you think that I'll just give in to the likes of you. So you better not disappoint me by having that low-level demon be what does you in, Vegeta," Beerus went on to shout. "Now go and make him pay for his disrespectful remarks, Vegeta," as Oru then went on to respond, "The Dark Masters have entrusted us to do what we must in order to make sure that all goes according to their plan. And we will make sure to do everything within our power to make sure that we get it done, even if it means having to rip right through you in order to make it happen." In which, within the heat of battle, as Vegeta was shown having to avoid each and every single one of Oru's strikes until Oru was able to wrap his tail around Vegeta's leg and having to make him fall, was when the demon Oru had now seized his opportunity and having to take advantage of this, as Demon Haas went on to then continue, "Yes, yes, just like that, Oru, but be careful against him, for this Saiyan was regarded as being one of the more aggressive ones of the bunch, so watch his movements. This one doesn't look so tough to me, Haas, so where is all of that power that you said this warrior would have, because I don't see it within him. You are all the same," Oru then went on to continue by smashing down on Vegeta, "and very soon, the Dark Masters will have their way with you all once they plunge your world into darkness." But then, it was only from out of nowhere now, with Vegeta shown having to transform into a Super Saiyan and knocking Oru off of his body, was when Haas then went on to respond, "Oh, damn it, I forgot that these Saiyans have the ability to transform. Oh, I should have expected as much," Oru then went on to respond, "for his power has completely changed compared to what it was before. Did you demons truly think that you'd be able to come down onto a world like this and expect for there not to be any resistance against you?" Vegeta then went on to question. "Well, you were wrong, because we aren't going to be pushed around nor threatened by the likes of you and your kind," Vegeta went on to then attack Oru. "Demon or otherwise, I am sick of having to deal with this entire situation, and therefore, I am going to go and put a stop to it myself if I need to." "Oh, don't let him get inside of your head, Oru. The Dark Masters made it clear on what the mission is, and so now go and take this Saiyan down now." In which, even despite with Oru attempting to reach Vegeta, with Vegeta being shown having to lean out of the way, was when Oru then went on to continue, "Bro, you could never face off against us demons and live to tell about it. For mark my words, you will be crushed before you ever had the chance to even try." But Vegeta, on the other hand, was not having it, because despite with Oru attempting to attack Vegeta, with Vegeta being shown slamming Oru down onto the ground, was when Vegeta then went on to respond, "Then why don't you go and do something that will put me in my place if you can, demon. Because if you're on some kind of a mission on reaching Universe 7's God of Destruction, then why are you having such a tough time in getting past me then? Well, I could tell you as to why that is, Vegeta continues. It's because you are all weak. You demons can't possibly expect to compete against the likes of us and think that you can win with laughable power like that, do you? For I will smash your body into pieces and send you back to your masters in a pool of your own blood, demon. Now watch as I will go and do just that. To which, as Demon Haas was then shown reaching on behind them in the portals, when Haas then went on to respond, "I'll curse that Saiyan. He's a lot tougher than what we gave this mortal credit for, as it looks like he's going to leave me with no other choice than to have to go with Plan B that was given to me by Dr. Sugami in case things were to get a little messy here. Now where is it? For if we were to gather any kind of sample from that God of Destruction, then we must hurry before they're able to do anything to stop us. Yes, there it is. So it's better to be safe than it is to be sorry," Haas went on to pull out a vial by responding. "And in the case of that Saiyan over there, well, I'm not sorry about anything. So cheers to ya, Mr. Mighty Mortal of the 7th Universe. Because if you thought that we would go and make this easy on you, then you thought wrong, and so this will be the price that you will have to go and pay. And so now let's just see what Dr. Sugami had been cooking up in that laboratory down there while splicing this mortal's DNA. Which the best part about it all will be the fool won't even know what hit him. Strange. Now what is that annoying little demon up to over there?" Beerus went on to question. "Because I can tell that without a shadow of a doubt, they're plotting something. And so now what exactly was inside of that little vial container that the ugly little one over there went and smashed onto the floor of my planet? For I know that whatever that might be can't be good," Beerus continues. "And unless Vegeta decides to take his sweet time by destroying these creatures, then I'll have to step in and do it myself if necessary." As over on the other side, with Vegeta shown having to continuously smash his foot down on Oru's head, was when Vegeta then went on to continue, "You are all so pathetic that it almost feels insulting for me to waste my time on such weaklings. And because I feel as though my time is being disrespected, I am going to continue to kick your head in until your brain, assuming that you even have one, is spilled all over the ground, demon. Maybe at least then you'll be able to fully comprehend the errors of your..."
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus trucks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
This way, I'm gonna head to E. Our keys over here.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
Thanks.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Flying Nimbus!
Can I get one cue, please? Just one?
Let's go!
Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick. That's a new power key. Place it now.
It's one more reason why you miscreants must be burned. I suggest you do not dawdle. You mortals have limited lifespan. No.
I was gonna say that civilian, but
We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing
I
in.
will give you your due punishment.
A super transfer is headed your way. Take it now.
Bastard! You should learn when to quit.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Gotta get the hell out of here!
Give me a break.
This divine retribution is in order. Come, mortal, I'll fulfill your wish. Let the eradication begin. It appears some divine retribution. I won't hold back.
Close. Here.
By the will of God.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done. Ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits.
How dare you
Think
defy
before
a
rushing in.
god? To say you were the opening act would be a subpar metaphor. My form is justice, and my
I'll send
form
some
is
supplies
the
to help.
will.
Make good use of them.
Worship me. Give praise unto me.
Hey, what's up, Patrick?
Holy hell.
How you doing tonight?
Transfer. Sorry, that'll have to do for now. Ally down.
Happy New Year's Eve.
To rescue them, watch out for enemies. An ally needs your help.
Oh man.
We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
What's up, Kakarot?
Pay for that.
We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Pathetic mortals. Always
Just chilling,
emulate the divine.
trying to get some W's. So far, we got a few tonight. More losses than W's, but we got some wins. How you doing?
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Yeah, those Japanese players are pretty good, man. They're always in the top 10. Take this shit serious. Or you just play for fun. What's hard for you?
Stay calm. You're done.
I know the year went by so quick, bro. The month went by pretty fast, actually.
Holy hell.
Guy ain't doing nothing, waiting for the escape time machine. It's 1 a.m. for me. I actually woke up at 1 p.m. today. I slept in. Now my mom's yelling at me. Should go shove the driveway. Yeah, Patrick, what's hard for you? You didn't say it. Pause. I just destroyed the time machine. Why are you wasting time? Are you gonna sell? Oh, I was close. If this person tried, they could have won. All they had to do was hit a stun or two, and they could have won the match. They don't play idiot. If you look at the time machine, it almost was at 100%. Only a minute left. I don't know if they have any more area destruction. That beacon is all the way over there. I don't think they're gonna make it. 50 seconds left, and he's coming to E right now.
Let's go.
Didn't even try. Love this.
The time has come to rend the land and cleanse it of all that is impure. So begin.
Hope everyone has a great New Year's Eve. Make sure you guys get lots of liquor. Go to the store early. Do what you gotta do. Be safe, everyone. Until next match.
Your mistakes, as you and your kind will never measure up to the might of a Saiyan, you parasites. Now crawl back into the hole that you came from. But then, it was just from out of nowhere with Oro being shown grabbing onto Vegeta's leg before Vegeta was able to make contact was when Oro then went on to respond, "You foolish Saiyan, you clearly aren't as bright as I feared that you would be," which is ironically fortunate for us because you won't even be able to see what hits you when it does. So can you feel it, mortal? With Haas having to laugh by responding, "Such naive simpletons these daywalkers in this universe are, for little do they know of the real dangers that they all have coming their way." And since they don't know, now we'll wait and see on how this will all turn out in a matter of a few moments. "Oh really?" Vegeta questions, "and just what in the world are you babbling about, demon? What do you mean by not be able to see it when it hits you? What are you plotting, you worm? For you better start talking right now." But then, it was only just from out of nowhere with Vegeta being shown getting kicked in the face was when Oro then went on to quickly respond, "Oh, don't you worry, cause you're about to find out," with Haas chiming in, "You know, you really shouldn't go and express such overconfidence without first having to understand what it is that you're going up against, Saiyan, cause now you're in for it." Now, maybe my eyes aren't as good as they used to be, Beerus went on to respond to Vegeta, but is that you over there that's standing on the other side, Vegeta? Because whatever that was that just hit you is now standing right over there, and it looks just like you, Saiyan, with Vegeta responding, "Oh, what the heck is that? No, there's no way that what I'm looking at right now is actually real, but how?" In which from out of nowhere now standing before Vegeta was the first time that Vegeta ever had a glimpse in having to bear witness to his own shadow demon, as Demon Oro went on to then respond, "You fight with the confidence of a man who has never considered his own downfall, but we demons have watched and learned within the shadows in identifying the weaknesses that come with such arrogance, as in the end, it will be your own strength and your own blood that will seal your fate. So now do you see?" With Demon Haas having to chime in, "And in your arrogance, you were too blind to see that we went and created a much stronger and far more superior version of you that will most definitely be far more useful in tearing right through you before reaching Lord Beerus." In which, in the meantime, when then venturing back on over inside of the hyperbolic time chamber and seeing the Super Dragon be brought out yet again was when the Super Dragon then went on to respond, "You who have gathered all 7 of the Super Dragon Balls, what is your wish? Speak now. What will you want your wish to be for me to grant?" With Gira having to then shout, "Yes, now is the time, Dark Lords. Let us begin by bringing back the fallen angel Murno as our servants first. For this should be our second of many wishes." With Toro having to then shout, "Then it shall be, for we wish to revive the fallen angel who was destroyed that went by the name Murno. For we wish for his resurrection now immediately." With the Super Dragon then responding, "To resurrect the one who you refer to as the fallen angel Myrno presents a far greater challenge than one may assume, for it is a very complex wish to grant. For as the complexity of your wish lies in the fundamental nature of how Myrno was erased, for it was an act that had been carried out by the very forces that govern the principles of our universe, the Super Dragon continues, as such a request was made prohibited and stands as an irreversible request to grant. For this order of command was passed down by Zalama the Dragon God, the Grand Priest, and the Omni Kings themselves. Wait, say what? Toro then went on to shout. The wish can't be granted? But how could the wish be irreversible? With even Dark Master Bakara responding, but that can't be. How could the Eternal Dragon not be able to grant our wish? And to further add, the Super Dragon then continues, Myrno's erasure by the Grand Priest was an exercise of divine power that had severed the angel completely from the continuum of existence itself. For this level of eradication is so profound and complete that it nullifies any possibilities of resurrection, for Myrno's body along with his soul could never be restored into existence again. As this order is passed directly down from the great kings themselves, so therefore your request is null and void. Now what is your next wish? Interesting, so his soul along with his body could never be brought back into existence, huh? Toro questions? But there must be some kind of way to bypass this. And if Myrno can't be wished back to life, then there must be something else that can be done, for we still have a few more things to take care of before wishing for Master Raijin to be freed. If I can make a suggestion, Lord Toro, Dark Master Jogo went on to grab onto Toro by responding, for we might want to consider increasing our numbers from within our army, but not only by resurrecting the previously destroyed demons, but by enhancing our most powerful demons and having them reach new levels of power, my lord, with Toro responding, actually, come to think of it, this may in fact work. Alright then, Dragon, here is our next wish, for we wish to resurrect and strengthen our ever-growing army within the demon realm by maximizing the strength of our most powerful demons, Toro shouts. Grant us our wish and strengthen our numbers from within the demon realm at once. Pretty peas. Your wish to resurrect those who have fallen and strengthen your most powerful demons within the demon realm shall be granted. In which back on over within the demon realm, as newer and more vicious demons are now beginning to rise up from the ground, was when Toro then went on to continue, wonderful, for everything is going exactly as we had foreseen, as with our numbers doubling and continuing to grow, one by one we will get exactly what we've been looking for, and soon, once Master Raijin is freed, is when the multiverse will come to a complete standstill. 3, 2, 1. Time's up, Dark Lords. For the Super Dragon Balls are fully good to go and be used again, and now that we have managed to take care of one problem, it's time that we go and take care of the other by finally doing something about those infuriating little Omni Kings once and for all. And since they can't be wished away or be erased, then we'll just go with what we had talked about and execute Plan B instead. Yes, that's right, Gira went on to then chime in, for this will no doubt buy us more than enough time to go and figure out for a way to destroy them while they remain inactive for the time being, Dark Lords. So let us proceed with Plan B. Then let us summon the dragon and put those runts in their rightful places, Toro went on to then chime back in. And so now then, release your hold on the Super Dragon Balls, Leviathan. To which seconds later, upon command, with the giant Leviathan then shown having to release his hold on the Super Dragon Balls, was when the Dark Master Bakara went on to chime in. This was far too easy, and it will only continue to benefit us the more we go and use them. Oh yes, they will, and so then let's move forward with our plans, Toro then went on to shout. And so now then, Almighty Eternal Dragon, come forth and grant us our wish, for your presence is required before us immediately. As Gira then went on to chime in, I will never get tired of watching such a phenomenon take place, but I honestly couldn't be any more excited of having us finally put those Omni Kings in their place. As moments later, with the Super Dragon then shown having to appear from the Super Dragon Balls, was when Super Shenron then went on to announce, you who have gathered all 7 of the Super Dragon Balls, what is your wish? Speak now and state your wish, with Toro responding, wonderful. Alright, Dragon, now listen closely. Since the Omni Kings cannot be wished to be erased through your power, we instead want to wish to have both of the Omni Kings be put to a permanent rest for now. And while we wait for Lord Raijin to return, we will wait to see what he wants to do with them moving forward, Toro continues. So in the meantime, we wish for them to go to sleep without the ability of anyone being able to reach them, sealing them off within their palace with an impenetrable barrier that surrounds them in preventing all from reaching the two of them. And so this, Almighty Dragon, is our wish. So now do it. So we're back on over within the Omni Palace, as both Omni Kings were from there shown having to look for the Grand Priest, was when the present Omni King then went on to question, hello? Now where could the Grand Priest have gone if he's not behind these chairs? Were you able to find him? With the future Omni King responding, no, for it doesn't look like he's under this table here either, and so I don't have a clue on where the Grand Priest went. He just vanished without a trace. Hey, do you think he's hiding in one of the 12 universes instead of hiding somewhere in here, the present Omni King questions? Because I don't sense his energy anywhere. Can you? Well, no, I can't either, but maybe he is, so should we go and check, the future Omni King questions? As before you know it now, from out of nowhere, with both of the Omni Kings now beginning to glow a very mysterious color, was when the present Omni King then went on to question, hey, wait, you're glowing. Why are you glowing? Wait, I am? Well, I don't know, but you're also glowing too. Oh, wow, I don't know about you, but I sure do feel awfully sleepy all of a sudden, the present Omni King responds. Wait, you are? Because I'm starting to feel awfully sleepy myself as well, the future Omni King chimes back in. And I don't know why, but I can't seem to keep my eyes open for much longer because now they're starting to get all watery, the present Omni King responds. Maybe we should go and look for the Grand Minister after we go and get some sleep, with the future Omni King responding, yeah, I agree. Let's just go and look for him a little later, with the present Omni King then being shown spawning a bed and then responding, yeah, I'll just go and sleep here because I don't feel like walking anymore because of how tired I am, and so I'm going to sleep right here then. That's much better, the present Omni King went on to jump in his bed, with the future Omni King spawning his own. Okay, well, good night, future me. Yeah, I think I'll go and do the same, the future Omni King responds, so wait for me. There we are now, that's much better. Well, good night, present me, and see you later in the morning then. To which moments later, with both Omni Kings now shown knocked out and going to sleep, with a giant barrier being shown having to appear in front of their palace, was when the Super Dragon went on to respond, your wish to have the two Omni Kings go into a deep slumber with a barrier to prevent all those who wish to go in and out of the Omni Palace has been granted. My services are no longer required, and so farewell. To which seconds later, before the Super Dragon Balls were then shown having to be scattered all throughout the time chamber, was when the Dark Masters went on to regroup the Dragon Balls, with Toro having to then shout, steady now, Dark Lords, continue to hold them in place until they have all been claimed again. There we are. And so now then, Leviathan, hurry and use your binding chains to go and hold the Dragon Balls in their current position so that way they could be used again. In which, as the giant Leviathan was then shown having to do so, was when Toro then went on to continue, so no matter what happens, do not release your hold on these Dragon Balls until I have given you the order. Steady. Excellent. And now, with our biggest and most challenging problem set aside and out of our way, we can now proceed with our true intention, and that is by setting Lord Raijin free from his prison. And so as we wait for the Dragon Balls to recharge, our next move will be our greatest one yet, Dark Lords. To which, in the meantime, as this was shown happening, when then venturing back on over into the Demon Realm and seeing as to how the Demon Kibi was trying to wake Goku up, was when Kibi then went on to respond, you know, I tried warning you that this would happen, and so you should consider yourself lucky that Lord Gira didn't go and execute you when she did, and that's solely due to the fact that you're being kept around as their testing experiments. And so now wake up, Saiyan, wake up and look around you, Kibi continues. You are no longer in your own world, as this is the realm of Lord Raijin and the Dark Masters, and your defeat should be a clear
Can you hear me? It's Trunks.
Flying Nimbus!
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supply. In the right spots.
Need a power key radar. Anytime we get a power key radar, key rush, quick. Of course, you have to be destroy the area I'm in, bitch ass. Boy, moving super slow.
Flying Nimbus! Oh man.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, what?
I got to level 3. That's game. That's the third ad you just happen to be in? What do you mean by that? What are you talking about, Terrence? Why can I revive this guy? Solid dragon changes. Can save that guy. Pretty sure this match is over. There's nothing we could do, man. We got key sensed. Got eliminated. You win some, you lose some. Can't win every match.
Message of what we demons here are capable of. For we are far beyond what you faced before, far more cunning and far more ruthless as well, with Goku being shown waking back up and responding, What? Hey, it's you again. Kibi, was it? But what are you doing back here? You're not supposed to be here, and so why are you back? With Kibi responding, well, for the record, I just want to make one thing perfectly clear to you so that way you don't get the wrong idea here, and that is that I don't like you, Goku. And while I pledge my allegiance to the demon realm, Kibi continues, you don't belong here, nor do I believe that you are deserving of such torture, and so I'm breaking you out of here and sending you back to your universe, Saiyan. Wait, but what do you mean, Goku questions? Why do you care enough to break me free and send me back to my universe for? Consider this a favor for letting me go and sparing my life upon our first confrontation, Saiyan. And so we don't have all of the time in the world to just sit around and chat about this, and so you'll need to hurry and come with me, Kibi continues. Your escape can be covered up if we aren't spotted by any of the other demons within the area, but for that to happen, you'll need to go and follow my every word and do so at once. Got it? With Goku responding, but they'll slaughter you if they find out what you've done here. Which is why they won't if you go and follow my every lead, Saiyan, so I won't go and tell you again. Now quit asking me about it before I go and change my mind and put you back inside. So once again, consider yourself fortunate, for you may never get another opportunity like this again, Goku, as my act of freeing you is a rare moment of mercy, but for such an act has never been done before by a demon, and unless you haven't already sensed all of the massive energies around you, you don't have long now until they surround and attack you if you're spotted out here. And so now, unless you have some kind of a death wish and prefer to remain captive and be destroyed here, then stand back up on your feet right now and let's start moving before the others are able to find you. Now stop looking at me with that stupid look on your face and hurry it up and follow my lead, Kibi shouts. Do it now or I will leave you behind to die, and so now hurry it up and get a move on. In which that was exactly what Goku ended up doing, because with Goku now shown having to follow Kibi's lead was when Goku then went on to question, right then, let's go, but where exactly are we going, Kibi? And how are you so sure that we aren't going to be seen by the others? With Kibi responding, as long as we are able to remain within close proximity while making our way in and around this canyon, then we'll remain undetected unless we directly happen to run into any of the demon guards on the outskirt areas. Now come on! Hurry now, this way, through here, Kibi continues. And whatever you do, do not engage against any of the demons that you happen to see, with Goku responding, whoa, I could actually sense a couple of really huge huge power levels in that direction as well, but what do you think would happen if we're spotted and they attack? Then we'll have no other choice than to fight back against them, right? Then you'll be destroyed if you try, Saiyan, Kibi responds, because as strong as you are, you wouldn't be able to handle all of them alone, especially the ones who are among the elites in the demon realm. So mask your energy and continue to follow my lead, because if you don't, then you'll lose track of where I am and expose yourself for the others to notice. Wait, so you guys have elite level demons down here too? Goku went on to then question? Because that sounds a whole hell of a lot like how the Saiyans used to be, and so I can only imagine as to how strong some of these demons could be. But it was only just during the middle of their conversation with Kibi and Goku almost taking the wrong turn and heading towards the demons was when Kibi then went on to chime back in. Oh, just my luck. Quickly, this way, Saiyan, and don't look back. One of those very elites is standing right over there behind us, and so hurry and move. Wait, and so that's what that strange power was that I was sensing? Yes, Saiyan, and so let's go. That's Mecha Myro, the machine demon, and while he's sorting out the other demons, we must move now, with Goku questioning a machine demon, and what incredible energy. And he's huge, Goku continues, and just look at the size of those blasters that are attached on his back over there. And what's even more crazy is that he looks like a giant android, but really isn't anything like one, or at least not the kind of androids that we have back on Earth. Oh hey, what did I just say about giving away our position, you idiots? Do you have brain damage or what? You're going to destroy us both. I told you not to look back nor stop for anything, did I not? And so I'm not going to warn you again. Either stay with me at all times and don't look back, or I will leave you out here to die on your own. And so now move it, Saiyan, right now! In which, fortunately enough, before the elite machine demon Mecha Myro was shown having to turn his head and noticing how Goku and Kibi were now shown gone was when a demon minion went on to them respond. So shall we go and check on the great giants then, sire? Is everything okay, Mecha Myro, sir? I sense an intruder nearby, Mecha Myro responds. Come on, this way, in here, hurry, Kibi went on to respond to Goku upon having to discover a small cave nearby. We don't have all day, and so this will do for the time being while I try and get you out of here, so don't try to draw any more attention towards us while I try to send you back to your world. In there, Goku questions, but how are we so sure that there aren't any more of them inside? Well, no, because this here is a single entrance cave, which is the best that I can do with the time that I have to get you out of here, and so it's like I said, try not to draw any more attention towards yourself while I go and do this, Kibi continues. Oh, I see. Well, smart thinking, but listen, I know that we may have started off on the wrong foot and all, but I just really do feel as though I owe you for this, Goku says. And well, even if you can't stand the sight of me, but I'm curious on how you'll do it. I mean, how is it that you demons are able to travel through other realms so quickly? Is it using portals or something? With Kibi responding, the portals we demons use are far from ordinary, Saiyan, for they are not simple passageways between realms either, for our portals harness the very essence of the demon realm itself, Kibi continues, intertwining with the fabric of space-time in ways that your standard portals cannot. And as such, they are not just for travel either, for they can be used as traps, used for spying, or used to launch surprise attacks without our enemies ever being able to see what hit them.
All right, let's try to get this W. Let's just find a power key radar, key rush him, beat him up at level 2. Steal my cubes. All right, let me just stay here for a bit. So you went to C. Man, why are you in here? You sure we lost this match, bro? Yeah, he was camping that guy's body a little bit, so, or he could have saw it or see where he was, so I couldn't save him. I have 5 Dragon Balls so far. Well, looks like we have 3 Dragon Balls. I'm not even trying. I wasn't even paying attention. Coming this way. Like, bro, I'm not trying to save these fools. Why are you getting down for? Squad's getting killed. We planting keys? Can't even save them. The power key's in the worst spot. It's either up here or down. Okay, yeah. But Selgad's level 4, so that's GG's. come here in key sense. Calling it now. Is this thing still fucking playing? I told you. Shit was tripping off for a second. Did I not tell you this guy was in a key sense? Did I not tell you this guy was in a key sense? I called it. Let's see what happens. Why not just destroy his body, bro? What are you doing? You just let him bleed out. Oh, you wanted someone to try to revive him. That way. He was going right into the beam. Talk about suicide. Guys are just horsing around. Why this guy doesn't just go? He's letting you go. Unless this guy's really looking for the Dragon Balls to fight. Well, on to the next.
And with Goku responding, wow, how bizarre. So you guys can go and weaponize those things and even use them as traps and bait your enemies into them? And so all you'd have to do is just draw upon the Demon Realm's essence in order for you to go and use them, Goku questions, with Kibi responding, correct. And unless you have any sort of knowledge on how to create and use them, then you will never be able to summon them, with Goku responding, oh wow, so that's how you guys are able to move around so quickly like that. And well, I was wondering because I remember learning of a similar technique a while back when that Myrna was using it to get around with Kibi responding, I heard tales of what Myrna was able to use and do, but I'm sure the technique that you've learned is not quite as similar as the ones that we use here. Wait, so do you think that I could maybe learn how to create portals like this since, well, the ones that I know how to create are kind of similar, or do I need to remain down here in order for me to make them? With Kibi responding, you would need to spend more time down here in order to learn how to harness the Demon Realm's essence in order for them to be created, so yes. But then, it was only then, just from out of nowhere, way beyond the entrance point, where a mysterious demon went on to spot Kibi and what he was doing, as the demon then went on to shout, is that you over there, Kibi? I knew I was able to sense your presence nearby, and so what are you doing in there? And who exactly are you with? Because that doesn't appear to be a demon, with Kibi quickly responding, oh no, damn it, someone had spotted us. Quickly, you've got to get a move on and leave now. Oh, well, what are you just standing around for? Go back into your universe and don't ever think about coming back if you don't wish to be destroyed. And so now we'll call it even, and now go and hurry before the portal closes on you. In which, with only moments to spare, just before Goku was shown having to enter through this portal, was when Goku went on to look on back by then responding, listen, no matter what happens, please don't end up like those monsters that you serve, Kibi, for I can sense more than just blinded loyalty that's coming from you, and you don't have to be a slave and serve under those who are willing to only look to use you, for we are not your enemies here in this fight, Kibi, because believe it or not, they are the Dark Masters and this demon god Raijin, Goku continues, and if they go and bring Murno back, then it'll be the end of all of us, but I won't forget about this, Kibi, and I owe you one for this, so take care of yourself, okay? And hopefully we'll see each other again one day, but under different circumstances, to which, as Goku is now shown making his way through the portal, was when Kibi then went on to respond, oh, there we go. What a strange but yet very interesting creature this Goku was. But what exactly did he mean by what he just said before he left, Kibi questions? We are not your enemies, but how could he be so sure of that? And what exactly did he mean by they are in reference to who our true enemies are, Kibi questions? But then, it was just from out of nowhere from the cave entrance where a demon named Dubo had gone as far as to address Kibi's actions, as Dubo went on to then respond, my, Kibi. Now I'm sure that you were able to fully understand the consequences behind such actions of having to send that Saiyan mortal back to his universe now, don't you? For you should know damn well that if this was any of the other soldiers, let alone the demon elites or even the Dark Masters themselves, that you'd be executed on the spot or turned in for treason against your own people for doing what you just did. Which I want to know as to why you did it, and you better have a good enough answer for me as well, because I didn't train you since you were a child in becoming a traitor to Lord Raijin's throne. And so now you better start talking, and you better start talking right now, boy. Why did you go and set that Saiyan free and help send him back to his universe behind the backs of the Dark Masters? You appear conflicted about something because I can feel it within your spirit, young soldier. And so now why did you do it? And you better not even think about lying to your teacher either, because you know that that won't work on me, Kibi. Well, I know that it might sound very uncharacteristic of a demon to go and show mercy to an outsider, but this Goku had went and shown me leniency when he had none to gain from it upon our battle, Kibi says, and that act of mercy alone deserved its recognition. And so you might question my decision, Master Dubo, but consider this. Goku could have easily destroyed me during our fight, but yet he chose not to. And so I felt like I owed him his freedom since he was the one who went and spared my life when he could have just ended it instead, with Demon Dubo having to respond, "Your loyalty belongs to the throne, Demon, and so you are not to utter a single word to anyone about what you did here, or you will be faced with execution by the hands of the Dark Masters or worse. And if I were to catch you to do anything like that ever again," Dubo went on to then continue, "then I will destroy you myself, boy. Do you understand? Not a word to anyone, and so now let's go. As in the meantime, we will act as though we were never here and have not seen anything, do you understand? And if questioned about your whereabouts, then you will say that you have been training with me. Got it?" With Kibi responding, "Right, but why are you doing this, Dubo? Why are you not just turning me into the Dark Masters for what I did? Because as my protege, I care too much about your worth to have it all be wiped away after all that I've done to train you," Dubo responds. "And so now consider this a favor, Demon." But then, it was only unbeknownst to both Dubo and Kibi below, as up above we then see how a demon elite by the name of Zaro went on to then oversee this, as Zaro then went on to respond, "So it seems like we have traitors who walk among us, I see. For I never would have expected to encounter such treachery of this kind of magnitude to take place within the demon realm, but yet here we are. For they underestimate the consequences of their actions, especially for one as extreme as this one, as they have now betrayed our kind and must be made to suffer for their wretched treachery," Zaru continues. "For the Dark Lord shall make an example out of them, and I cannot wait to watch them pay the ultimate price for what they did, because such acts cannot stand. And whichever of these traitors was responsible for setting that Saiyan mortal free has ultimately sealed their fates forever. And by turning against the demon realm have they now invoked a wrath unlike any other," Zaru continues. "Especially once Master Raijin returns to us and reclaims the throne, my eyes will remain on them, and when that time comes, their punishments will both be cruel and unforgettable. And so I hope that it was all well worth setting that mortal free, demons." Now just what in the cosmos is this? This barrier is unlike anything that I've ever seen before, but how could such a thing just suddenly appear around the Omni King's palace like this? And more importantly is, why can't I detect the Omni Kings or the Grand Priest from within, Whis questions. For never in my time have I ever witnessed such an anomaly like this take place, especially not here, Whis continues. And the absence of the Omni Kings and Grand Priest's life and energy signatures is a dire sign, for I must act quickly to understand this predicament before it's too late. But is it possible to go inside? Well now, incredible, Whis went on to press forward, a barrier that even I cannot penetrate, for it's almost as if the very essence of this shield is designed to counter beings like myself, as the strength and complexity of this shield are beyond anything that I've encountered before, which only now begs the question on how it was formed. Whis went on to then proceed by poking his staff down at the barrier, as I'm sure that there must be some kind of way for there to be a method in getting inside of this thing, but how, Whis questions. Was it those demons? Because if I do not find a way to be able to break through, then how will I be able to reach the Grand Priest along with the Omni Kings? But then, it was only just from out of nowhere now, as Whis had assumed that he was by himself, where his sister Vados then went on to chime in. You know, I was starting to wonder on when the others would show, for I've been here waiting for about an hour after this appeared, in trying to get down to the bottom of what was happening around here, Vados says. Sister Vados, so you were the first to experience this strange barrier before any of the others, were you? So would you then happen to know on what exactly was shown having to happen here? With Vados responding, well, I was, but I can't tell you as to how or why this had happened, but I was planning on alerting the other angel shortly after if I wasn't able to find the solution in getting through. Which, speaking of, Vados continues, would you happen to know as to why this is happening? Is it me, or were you able to pick up on some very unusual things that have been happening as of late throughout the multiverse, Whis? With Whis responding, well, even though I may not have all of the answers as of right now, I did happen to stumble upon a pair of individuals that may in fact be directly responsible for all of this taking place. And for this, I recently stumbled across two demons who are on a mission to collect the Super Dragon Balls as they were pulling them back into their realm, Whis continues. And while I'd assumed that these demons demons were taking these Dragon Balls and bringing them back into the demon realm, I also happened to overhear their names, and upon having to hear it, I then remembered as to where I had heard these names before. For in the ancient Book of the Fallen, I remember reading on the names of these Dark Masters that happened to have ruled over the demon realm, as they were only second behind another dark entity, and so I do believe that whatever this barrier is must have more than likely have been caused by those demons who I happened to catch stealing the Super Dragon Balls, and as I only fear that things will only now begin to get worse so as long as they're in possession of the Super Dragon Balls as well, with Vados having to chime in. Demons who hail under the title of Dark Masters, well, now it's all beginning to make more and more sense to me, she says, as they are now more than likely the ones who are responsible and behind all of this, and especially if you've seen them collecting the Super Dragon Balls, but without direct clearance by the Grand Minister, how are we going to act on fixing this issue without breaking the laws of the angels, Whis? With Whis responding, well, it's an extreme case because if nothing is done and we are unable to retrieve the Super Dragon Balls from the Dark Master's possession, well then I'm afraid that even despite with the consequences being as grave as they are, the law of the angels will need to be broken if we are to ensure the survival of the entire multiverse, so take that how you will. What a truly horrible situation, Vados went on to then respond, for we can't just allow for these Dark Masters to simply go and abuse the Super Dragon Balls, but we are at the same time to uphold our oath as angels in reassuring our position as neutral beings without breaking the Grand Minister's rules. And so I don't know why, but this almost seems to remind me of the time when we had to go and face off against Murno when we did. And what's worse is I feel as though if these demons are aware of Murno's actions along with being well versed in understanding who Murno was, then who is to say that they wouldn't go and use the Super Dragon Balls to go and bring him back from the dead? It's a stretch, but it's a risk that I am not willing to take, Vados continues, and so we must go and gather the other angels so that we can make sure that such a nightmare is never able to come true by the hands of the Dark Masters. As in the meantime, when then venturing back on over and seeing what Vegeta and Beerus were just about to do upon having to stumble upon the demons on Beerus's planet was when Beerus then went on to respond, I grow tired of having to deal with such nonsense on my planet, Vegeta, and especially now that it appears like those demons were somehow able to replicate a version of you within their ranks, Beerus continues, and so now destroy them, Saiyan, for I will not want to tell you to do it again, with Vegeta responding, right, then whatever happens, leave that clone or whatever the hell that thing out there that looks like me is to me, Lord Beerus, because now this is personal between them and I, to which as Vegeta was then shown transforming into his primal blue evolution form was when Demon Haas went on to then respond, what the? This Saiyan was hiding yet another transformation? And what incredible power. Oh, be careful out there, Oru. What is this transformation of his? Oru then went on to question upon Vegeta being shown dashing right towards him. His speed, it's... Shut your mouth and get out of my way, you fool, for I'll make sure to leave you for last, demon. And so now back to you, Vegeta went on to attack his Shadow Demon clone by then responding. Now I don't know as to what the hell you are, but even if they went and somehow tried to clone me, understand that you will never be as honorable or as powerful as the original, fool. I'll curse that Saiyan. Oru went on to then get up by responding, I think my jaw is broken from that attack of his, and I felt him pulling his punches because his main objective is that Shadow Demon. For I must use this moment to strike while I still can and make my move and grab a sample of that God of Destruction while I can. And if I don't take this moment to go after that God of Destruction now, then we'll never be able to retrieve a sample. Oru went on to then dash forward by responding. And so whatever happens, keep your eyes on me at all times, Haas. I'm going after that God of Destruction, and so wait on my signal, with Vegeta then having to notice this by then responding, what the, and just where do you think you're going? Wait, of course, now I see he's going after Lord Beerus. Oh, that demon is coming right after you, Lord Beerus. Him and that other little demon are going to try and, but then it was only just before Primal Blue Evolution Vegeta was shown having to finish his sentence where his Shadow Demon was shown punching Vegeta in the face by then responding, your eyes should be locked onto me and only me, Vegeta. Yes, good, good, Haas went on to then respond. Good, good, and so now's your chance, Oru. Now go and take that destroyer down, to which as Oru was then shown trying to do was when Oru then went on to shout, you're mine, god of destruction, and so now give me what we were sent here to collect, destroyer. Oh no, not so fast, creature. Beerus went on to then stop Oru's claw by having to grab it. I don't think so. You know, you demons have caused quite the trouble within my universe here today, and in your case, that is not something for any of you to be proud of either, Beerus continues, and so, you were looking to collect a sample from me now, were you? Well, now I'm curious, demon, and what exactly were you looking to collect this sample for, Beerus questions? Surely it wasn't for a science project of yours or anything now, was it? What are you waiting for, Haas? Hurry and send in the claw while I have him in my sights. What do you think this is, god of destruction? Do you really think that by destroying me will prove anything? Because my masters will already have what I was sent onto this world to collect. Well, I don't know what you'd expect for that other demon Haas to do, Beerus responds, because he'll be destroyed as well if he tried anything prior to him even knowing what hit him, and so why don't you fess up and tell me as to what it was that you intended to do with whatever you ended up collecting here, demon? Were you planning on trying to clone me, Beerus questions? Because I can tell you here and now that this wouldn't have worked out in your favor, because I would have just destroyed you fools before you even had the chance to try it. And so now what was your plan? Because I can assure you now that no matter what it was that it was going to be, it wouldn't have worked, demon. Well, actually, destroyer, Oru responds upon having demon Ravagor's arms being shown slowly making their way towards Beerus. It doesn't matter if you did know, because by the end of this day, whether you want to accept it or not, we will have what we came onto this world for. To which, as soon as Ravagor's arms were now shown clawing at Beerus's legs, this had now only created the perfect opportunity in having the blood of Beerus be underneath the nails of Ravagor's severed arms, to which even with Beerus being shown getting caught off guard and now visibly being shown very angry at the fact of Ravagor having to be shown doing this, was when Beerus was then shown having to redirect his focus at the little severed arms that were making its way towards Haas, as Beerus then went on to shout, what in the world, and what was that just now? Self-moving hands? Wait, why I should have known. We've got it, Haas! Hurry and grab the claws and go back and seal the portal up right now while I'm able to hold him back, Oru shouts. Don't let anything happen to Ravagor's arms before it makes its way through the portal, Oru continues, with Vegeta being shown turning his head by then responding, oh, they what? No, I can't let that thing escape! But then, it was from out of nowhere now yet again, as Shadow Demon Vegeta was then shown having to headbutt Vegeta in the face before having to liquidize himself into the ground, was when Shadow Demon Vegeta went on to respond, pardon the sudden interruption, but we will resume at a later time, Vegeta. Why you? And just what do you mean later? And just where the hell do you think you're going? Get back here, demon! Oh, get out of my damn way, creature, Beerus went on to then shout by having to backhand Oru across the face. How dare you try and attempt to make a fool out of the strongest god of destruction, demon? Now you've done it, because now I'm mad, and since you wanted to play rough, Beerus went on to stick his arm out by continuing, then let's play rough. But why leave when we are only just getting started? For I will not have any of you creatures walk onto a destroyer's planet and live to talk about it, especially after blindsiding me in order to sample my blood, demons. Not on my watch. And so now experience the full force of a destroyer's power, demon. Hakai! But then, it was only just upon with Beerus attempting to be shown having to Hakai Ravagor's severed arms was when from out of nowhere, that was when Oru was shown having to jump in the middle of this, with Vegeta then having to shout, oh, and just what the hell is that demon doing? No, I will stake my existence to ensure that our mission carries out until the end. To which that was exactly what Oru was then shown having to do, because with Beerus now being shown having to erase Oru completely was when Beerus then went on to question, what the? That fool used himself as as a shield to protect the other demons. Incredible. Well, you did the right thing, Oru. Haz went on to respond upon the Shadow Demon and Ravagor's severed arms being shown having to hop back within the portal, as we will go and make sure that your sacrifice will not be forgotten, for you have now allowed for us to further our plans. Good, yes, and so we're sorry to cut things a little short here, Haz continues, but we promise that there will be a whole lot more where that came from very, very soon. Especially once the Dark Masters are ready to go and make their move, and so we'd like to thank you both for your outstanding participation, but unfortunately, we have other plans, and for the record, I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't sure if we'd be able to pull this off or not, but, well, with Oru's cunning distraction along with laying down his life for the greater good, on top of having our Shadow Demon hold off the mortal while we quickly got what we wanted from the Destroyer, well, it looks like everything turned out just fine, now didn't it? So we'll be seeing you all soon. But Vegeta, on the other hand, was not having it, because it was only just before Haz was then shown having to close his portal where Vegeta was shown having to charge up for his Gallic gun by then shouting, "Like hell you demons are going to leave, because the only way that you are going to be going back to your masters is in a pile of burnt flesh and broken bones, creature. You fools aren't going anywhere, and so here's something for you to take back to your Dark Masters. Gallic gun!" Aw, sorry Saiyan, but we have other things to attend to at the moment, but we'll make sure that we'll be seeing you all very soon. And so now, so long, fools! To which seconds later, as a giant explosion was then shown having to take place, was when Vegeta then went on to quickly respond, "Oh no! They couldn't have possibly managed to seal off that portal and escape before my attack was able to reach them. Oh, but how? Curse those damn creatures! How were they able to find a way to escape this fast? And just how the hell are they able to move through dimensions like this?" Vegeta questions. Oh, it just almost feels like we're right back to dealing with Murno's clones again. Alright, now I'm annoyed, Beerus went on to then quickly respond by being shown patting himself down, "for I have seen all that I needed to see, and since those creatures were trying to get my attention, well, now they have it, because I will not just stand here and tolerate such disrespect, for I am in no such mood to be treated as though I am not the god of destruction for a reason, and by drawing first blood now only indicates that this means war." As with Goku now finally being shown having to exit from the demon realm and now making his way back on over to Earth, was when Goku then went on to respond, "Whoa, okay, there we are, phew. I'm finally back home where I belong and out of that realm for good. Talk about a close call back there. Well, now that I'm back, where the heck am I? This looks like some kind of a tropical forest, which means that I'm pretty far away from the others, but, well, at least I can still sense all of them here, so I'd better hurry and head back to the lookout and see if I can talk to Dende, because I can't seem to sense Vegeta's energy anywhere. And I gotta go see where he is, but boy am I glad to be back, and what a terrible and evil realm that demon realm was. And with everything that they're planning down there, I have to go and see if I can talk to Lord Beerus and Whis immediately. And of all the possible things, those demons want to go and try and resurrect Murno after being erased. Well, I can't let that happen, but let's try and find Vegeta first before any of those demons do. Let's see, so he's not on Earth, which means that he's more than likely on Beerus' planet. Oh, wait, hold on, I can sense Gohan and Piccolo in that area over there, Goku continues. Well, I better go and let them in on everything, since I'm more than sure that Vegeta is talking to Lord Beerus and Whis about everything right now, too. And so I better go now then, and for our sake, let's just hope that more of those things didn't show up like they did before, so I can't just go and waste any more time, to which as Goku from there was shown using instant transmission, we only from there pan on over and seeing as to how Bulma and Dr. Hedo were assisting and helping both Piccolo and Gohan, as Dr. Hedo went on to patch Gohan up by then responding, "Well, these are some really nasty cuts that you have there, but just give me 1 second so I can scoop up one last drop while Hachimaru patches you right back up." Well, thanks a lot, Dr. Hedo, and I wonder what exactly you and Bulma will be able to find with all of the data that you keep sampling from these drops of blood that you're collecting, because whatever the heck that wasn't anything that me and Piccolo have ever seen before. But then, it was only just a few seconds before Goku's initial re-entry was when Piccolo went on to send something by then responding, "Wait, hold on, does anyone else sense that too? Something's coming. Oh no, you don't, not again. Oh no, I don't think so, creature. You and your gang of monsters don't stand stand a chance, Piccolo went on to shout, as even with Gamma 1 having to look on as Piccolo had inadvertently gone as far as to now punch Goku, who had re-entered square in the face, was when only then everyone began to realize that this in fact wasn't a demon, but in fact Goku, as Gamma 1 went on to respond, Hey, that's not a monster. Wait, what in the world? Goku? Piccolo shouts. What are you doing here? Dad? But where the heck did he just drop in from? Gohan went on to respond. It's Goku, Dr. Hedo shouts, and it looks like he was finally able to make it back and find us after all. Well, that was awkward, with Goku being shown rubbing his face and then responding, Ouch, jeez. What's got you on edge like this all of a sudden, Piccolo? That hurt, you know. Sorry about that, Goku. It's been a long day already, and, well, the last person that I was expecting to see just show up from out of nowhere like that was you, with Bulma then having to shout, What's wrong with you, Goku? You can't just go sneaking up on us like that, you know? Right, well, sorry about that, Bulma, but if I knew I'd get punched in the face like that, then I just would have used the door. Gohan and I were randomly attacked not long after you went missing, so we're a little on edge after what happened today, Piccolo responds. Wait, you guys were attacked here too? Oh, well, that explains a lot then, but I just wasn't expecting for more and more of them to start crossing on over after I went into that realm. And just in case you're all wondering, the reason as to why I was gone for as long as I was is because, well, I found myself trapped within the demon realm the entire time, as Gohan and Dr. Hedo went on to shout, The demon realm? The legend of the demon realm was often talked about on planet Namek, but I never took any of it as being something that was true, well, until having to learn of there being multiple realms, with our universe having one as well. But what happened, Piccolo then went on to question. What did you see while you were down there, and better yet, what did you learn? Because we were told that the creature that you and Vegeta had battled had wanted to take a sample of your blood for some reason, and well, because strangely enough, that was exactly what had happened with me and Gohan a few hours ago. Wait, they went and stole your blood too, Goku then went on to question? Well, I at least know as to why they wanted to take our blood, and even though I don't know how to describe this without sounding crazy, but, well, I ended up coming face to face with some kind of a shadow demon that looked just like me, who was created from the blood that was taken from me. But not only just that, but I also came face to face with the demon realm's so-called Dark Masters, and there are 4 of them. And though I can't really say too much about them, what I do know is that all 4 of them are extremely powerful, Goku continues. One of them even froze me in place, while the other just sucked my Ultra Instinct power right out of my body like some kind of a vacuum. So they're very dangerous, and from what I saw, they're also putting together a massive army too. And what's even worse is that they all seem to serve under one leader, Goku continues. They mentioned him as being some sort of a demon god, the first of his kind, or something like that, and, well, while he's currently sealed away in some kind of a prison, they plan on releasing him by using the Super Dragon Balls they've stolen, and that's not the only thing they're looking to do either, Goku continues, because after using the Super Dragon Balls to free this Raijin, they are also planning to use the Dragon Balls to try and resurrect Murno back to life and control him by using him as a weapon, so that way he could go and do their dirty work for them, as everyone
I made you a promise, didn't I? Let the carnival of terror begin. Give me the Dragon Ball. When I have no need for it.
Easy level 2, easy. These guys ain't find no keys yet. Really, bro? I don't know why that guy sacrificed himself. Dead. They had to plant there's this E key and find that D key. On Android 17. How many people are dead? 3 people are dead already? That didn't work out in my favor. I thought I was gonna get my level 4. Escape time machine's coming. They weren't gonna win anyways. This match was boring. Should have picked a different raider. Try to snipe, but that stupid thing was there. Easy one, easy one.
Everyone then went on to shout to resurrect Myrno. Doctor, who is this Myrno that they speak of? Gamma 1 went on to ask. Was that the angel that you went on to tell me about just around a year ago? With Dr. Hedo responding, well, sadly, I believe it is. He's the angel that the others had spoken about who nearly went on to destroy the entire multiverse after he was thought to have been once destroyed. So this isn't good, Gamma 1. This isn't good at all. No, I knew it. What did I tell you, Gohan? I knew that something was up, especially after having to hear about some random creature just speak about this, almost as though he was there to see it all for himself when going after your dad and Vegeta. And now that we know for it to be true, we can't stand around and allow for what happened before to happen again. You're right, Gohan responds, and with the Super Dragon Balls down there too, there's no telling on what they're going to try to use those things to wish for down there either. Right, and the last thing that we need is to find ourselves going head to head against that monster Myrno again. And so before anything, we have to try and stop those Dark Masters from wishing Myrno back to life by any means necessary. As Dr. Hedo went on to then chime in, well then it's better to be prepared just in case anything were to happen then, so I have an idea. What me and Bulma will do is we'll go and look more into seeing what we can find from this demon horn that Piccolo and Gohan had brought back and see if we can find a way to use their own blood as a weapon against them. And so it won't be easy, but we have to try something and not sit around and wait, Dr. Hedo continues. Then in that case, I'll go and head back over to the lookout and let Dende and the others know about what's going on while I go and try to find Vegeta after. And so whatever happens moving forward is something that we have to be ready for, with Bulma having to respond, oh please make sure that Vegeta is safe, Goku. I think Vegeta will be just fine, but it's the others that I'm worried about, Goku continues, so if it's not too much to ask for, we may need to go and get the boys ready just in case if things get a little messy around here in case we need them. So could you please let Trunks and Goten along with Chi-Chi know about what's going on around here and pass it all down? Well, if that's the case, Piccolo went on to then quickly respond, you and Gohan can go and head out and I'll meet with you guys later. What I'll go and do is let the others in on what's going on because we'll need all the help that we can get, especially if they're building an army down there. Sounds good then, Goku responds. Just please be careful out there, Piccolo. Signal me in case your hands get a little sticky out there too, okay? With Piccolo responding, yeah, well, you know me, I'll be fine, but I would also advise for you to try and inform both Beerus and Whis so that way they can also go and warn the other destroyers, warriors, and angels as well, because if this goes far beyond our control, Piccolo continues, then we're going to need all the help that we can get out there. To which, as Gohan was then shown grabbing onto Goku's shoulder, was when Gohan went on to then chime in, let's do this then, Dad. I'll ride with you and see that I come and help just in case I'm needed. With Goku responding, thank you, Gohan. We'll see you all soon, and Gamma 1, do whatever it is that you need to do in order to protect everyone here, okay? So we're off. To which, as Goku was then shown using instant transmission, was when Bulma then went on to respond, oh gosh, I hope that they're all going to be safe out there, and I also hope that for our sake that monster angel isn't brought back to life either. Hey Bulma, Dr. Hedo went on to then quickly respond, come here for a moment. And I believe I have an idea here that just might work, for I also believe that it's time that we start to finalize our coding for Project CC Cell Pro. But first I think that we can do something with this demon's DNA that will work, Hedo continues. As in the meantime, during all of this, when venturing back on over into the time chamber and now seeing the Super Dragon once again having to re-emerge, was when the Super Dragon then went on to respond, you who have gathered together all 7 of the Super Dragon Balls, what is your wish? With Dark Master Gira having to chime in, just look at the sheer size of that dragon. And I have never been more ready for Lord Raijin to finally return to us, with Dark Master Toro responding, excellent, for the hour of our great master's return is finally upon upon us. No longer will we continue to remain locked away, for it is finally time for the rightful God King of the Underworld to rise again and lead us to glory. And with everything going according to our plan, Toro continues, there will be nothing and no one left who will stand in our way ever again. And on this day, here and now, will mark the very moment of everything having to change and change forever. Alright, Dragon, now listen closely, Toro continues. Our wish is to break the ancient angelic seal that binds our leader and release the god of the demon realm from his captive prison. We wish for the god of the underworld to be set free at once. Release the god of the demon realm at once, Dragon, with the super dragon responding, your wish to undo the angelic seal that binds the god of the demon realm known as Raijin shall be granted. To which, back in the demon realm, as the entire realm itself was now beginning to shake, all of the chains that were shown having to keep Raijin sealed within this pod were now beginning to break loose, as Toro then went on to chime back in, good, very good. At long last, the day of our master's return is finally here, Dark Lords. As with the entire demon realm now seemingly having to shake under the tremendous pressure of Raijin's return, was when General Raigo went on to chime in, that energy, could it really be? Our master has finally been awakened. The containment chamber has been opened. We must quickly gather together in the name of welcoming our leader back into power immediately. And so now quickly, demons of the underworld, the hour of Lord Raijin's return has finally arrived. Assemble yourselves on my position and bow your heads before Lord Raijin's return right now. In which, even back within the time chamber, as the other Dark Masters were now beginning to feel Raijin's power, was when Dark Master Jogo went on to chime in, what incredible energy. Lord Raijin's power can even be sensed from all the way inside of the time chamber as well. It's best if we go now, with Toro responding, I agree, and so we will return back inside of the time chamber as soon as we welcome Lord Raijin back into the demon realm. And as soon as we are done, we are to come back inside and continue to use the Super Dragon Balls as a way to further our plans after. So now let us go, and go now. What an incredibly frightening power, the Demon Kibi went on to then quickly chime in by noticing, I never would have imagined for Master Raijin's power to be this large, but it looks as though the Dark Masters have truly done it. And what's even more amazing, Demon Dubo went on to then chime in, is seeing the entire demon realm tremble under the weight of Lord Raijin's incredible power, and look there. It looks as though all of the demons are beginning to gather near the chamber where Lord Raijin will be set to emerge. So come now, for it would be best for us to go immediately as well, boy. Yes, a good idea, Kibi responds. Then let us go before it's too late. Can you feel that, Dark Lords? Our master's time has finally arrived since the days where he was sealed and locked away, Toro responds. And Master Raijin's power is far beyond what I ever could have imagined for it to be, even while sealed away for such a long time. For let us bow, Bakara says, as Toro went on to then respond, and now for those who can hear the sound of my voice, bow down and pay your respects to our God King's ultimate return to power as Lord Raijin is here. We are at your service, O great God of the Demon Realm, General Raigo went on to then utter, for we have waited for your return now for millions of years, O great one, in which upon a hand now being shown having to emerge from the chamber was when Toro then went on to respond, yes, can you feel it, Dark Lords? Our master has finally been set free. As it was finally now through the other side, as the Demon Realm's Dark Demon King was now shown finally having to emerge, was when General Raiga then went on to chime in, Venerable Dark Lord of the Demon Realm, we humbly kneel before your return in both admiration and appreciation of your awakening. We kneel before you as your servants as we are ready to give up our lives in your name, sire, Dark Master Bakaro responds. We are at your service, Lord Raijin Gira went on to then also chime in. Your every wish and desire is ours to grant, Master. Great Lord of the Underworld, we are all here at your service once more, for we want to welcome you back to your kingdom, my lord. We here, along with the entire demon realm, stand ready and wait on your command. As the Dark Demon God Raijin then went on to respond, it's been eons since I last laid my eyes on the four of you. Now rise. I can sense that much has changed since I was imprisoned imprisoned within this realm by the hands of that angel and his father. But nevertheless, the angelic seal that was used to seal me, how was it broken? Raijin questions, with Toro responding, we went and gathered all 7 of the Super Dragon Balls and wished to undo the seal that kept you in prison, Master. Interesting. It's been so very long, Raijin utters. Hungry, so very hungry. A blood offering is in order, Raijin went on to then point out surprisingly by responding, I have gone long enough without the taste of fresh blood, and so a sacrifice must be made here and now, so therefore I choose you. In which, from out of nowhere, the moment the demon god Raijin was from that point then shown dragging along one of his own demons and having to use him as a sacrifice, was when the demon god Raijin went on to then respond, I've longed for a delectable meal prior to being sealed away, and so therefore you will be the one who will satisfy my hunger here and now. But fear not, young demon, for you are only serving your purpose in this world by offering yourself as a sacrifice, Raijin continues, and as such, your fate has already been sealed. Now do yourself a favor for the both of us and stay right where you are and hold still, demon. This won't take long. To which, upon Raijin now being shown sinking his teeth into the demon's neck, was when Giro went on to respond, well, this was a bit of an unexpected scenario to witness unfold, and a very surprising one as well, to say the least. He's eating one of his very own, Bakara went on to then utter. But why not just offer up the sand instead? With Toro quickly cutting in, quiet, Bakara! You are in no position to question Lord Raijin's actions or what he chooses to do. Your blood isn't as sweet as that of an angel, but it'll be enough to hold out until I find another creature to feast upon. However, I require more than just your blood, Raijin continues, for my hunger knows no bound. So I require more. Why throw a fresh young body away when it can be properly disposed of, Raijin questions. To where within that very moment, as surprisingly enough, with Raijin now shown having to impale this young demon through the chest and having to grab onto his heart, was when Raijin then went on to continue, you have my respect for offering yourself up as being my first meal in millions of years. So your beating heart will do, young one, for it is my absolute favorite organ to feast on. And now that I have it, your services to me are no longer needed. We hope that this offering appeases you, Great One, Toro went on to then quickly chime in. Is there anything else that you would want for us to carry out and do for you, my lord? With Raijin then being shown responding, I require information at once, with Toro having to respond, as you wish, master. And what kind of information do you desire to know about, Great One? First, I want to start with the 4 of you, Raijin responds. You were all locked away by that wretched angel Murno after I was, so how were the 4 of you able to break free? And how was the seal that had locked this realm away suddenly opened, and when? There is much that I want to know, for I can sense that many great changes have taken place since my battle with the Grand Priest's firstborn angel. So what have you learned since I've been away, Raijin questions. I may have grown older in age, but I am not naive. Go and speak now. What do you know of what happened, Raijin further questions? For I can also sense that you were able to acquire my staff and use it to garner what you needed, so now I would want all of you to tell me everything now. So speak. With Toro having to then respond, the supreme angel whom we've battled against was overtaken by the very evil that was brewing within his soul, my lord. Murno turned against all of the gods, including the Grand Priest, after assuming that Murno had originally been erased, only to later find out that Murno had split his essence into several clones, rebuilding himself within the voids of time until he later returned to further go on and initiate war against the multiverse. He was nearly successful, but was later destroyed by both the Grand Minister and the Omni Kings, erased without a trace of him left behind in the process. His power, however, was far above and beyond anything that we could have imagined for it to be, dwarfing mortals, destroyers, and even angels, until meeting his end by the hands of his father after transforming and revealing some kind of an Omni fighting form that managed to tear into the road rogue angel before he was erased, Toro continues. Myrno's battle with the Grand Priest is what created shockwaves throughout every realm, which as a result had shattered the very seal that was placed over the demon realm in setting us free as a result of Myrno's war with the multiverse itself.
I made you a promise, didn't I? I said you would experience a dread like no other. I intend to rid the universe of every last one of you. Why won't you just die? Why won't you just die? Why won't you just die?
What?
Why?
Just on this map. This map sucks. Especially trying to find the A key. Never find it, bro.
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spot.
Where you at, Dende? What's up, level 0 player? Hurry up.
Careful now. This won't be like before. I won't be gentle.
We haven't found no keys yet. There we go. It works every time. For some reason, every time I say, man, we haven't found no keys yet, someone finds a key.
Grateful. Flying Nimbus!
Fucking move, dog. Why do these guys always have to come near me? Every time, bro. Good thing you didn't see me. I'm gonna get vexed. When the raider is destroying the area, the best thing to do is to go hide somewhere. Motherfuckers want to come right next to me. I'll sell me out. Here he comes. It's exactly what I'm talking about, dog. Why are you in here? There's no reason to be in here, bro. There's 0 reasons to be in here. Like, I just talked about this. I have to pay the consequences. Yeah, I'm cooking, but you get the point. Where's my team? No one's helping me. Look at all that damage I'm doing by myself. Where's everyone else? Come on, help me out, team. Guys, you see all that damage I did? My teammates freaking sold me out, dog. That's definitely going on YouTube Shorts tomorrow. Yeah, like I said, when he's destroying the area, best thing to do is just go hide somewhere. We still have a full team. So as long as these guys do their part, we should win. Let's go find a shield real quick. I have a power key radar. Still got a W. GG's. Put in some work. Well, I did all the work.
enough, my lord. Interesting, Raijin responds. So, the evil that I had seen within his heart had finally overtaken him after all. And this power of his that you speak of, Toro, you say that only the Grand Priest was able to surpass it after transforming? I see. I knew that Angel was going to turn against his own kind sooner or later, but I did not expect for it to have ended the way that it did, Raijin continues. In my prime, I was able to give this former Angel a worthy challenge, but this ultimate new power that you speak of appears to have been very different than the one that I remember fighting against. And you also speak of the Omni King as though you imply that there is more than one, which was why I was able to feel two life forces instead of one many years ago, I see. So it was Myrno's battle with his father that led to our freedom, especially if this power of his was that great to have shaken the very core of the multiverse itself. Maybe a power of that magnitude could prove to be rather useful to me, Raijin continues. So, tell me then, with these super Dragon Balls that you've used, can the angel be wished back to life and enslaved to only serve me by using their power, Raijin questions? If he was thought to have been erased before, can he be restored once again, or was his ultimate destruction irreversible? With Toro responding, unfortunately, his destruction is indeed irreversible, for we had attempted to wish for Myrno to be resurrected, but the dragon said that Myrno's destruction was beyond his power to grant, for it is forbidden. Myrno was erased in such a way where his very vessel along with his soul can never be restored under any condition. All traces of Myrno have been eradicated beyond anyone's ability to restore, Toro continues. He was beaten and chained, held by the Grand Priest and the Omni Kings, before nullifying his very existence to its core and making sure that he can never return. Irreversible, you say, Raijin responds. What interesting developments. Then if Myrno cannot be revived and be enslaved under my control, then there must be something that can be done about that power of his that he displayed. So tell me then, what exactly is the current status of these deities, Raijin questions? Explain to me on why there are 12 universes instead of 18. Have the other 6 universes been completely destroyed, with Toro responding, they have, Lord Raijin. As time went on following your imprisonment, the Omni King appeared to have been in a very bad mood and thus went on to erase all 6 universes in total, limiting the multiverse down to only 12 now. And as for the deities, well, we went and used the Super Dragon Balls to seal away the Grand Priest and the Omni Guards within the prison realm, since the Omni Kings couldn't have been wished to be destroyed, so we had the dragon put them both to sleep while locking them both away. And as for your staff, Lord Raijin, this was what we had used in order to look into finding out and seeing what had taken place while you've been away. Good, Raijin responds. Then there is much that needs to be done, especially now that I am awake, as I am limited by what I can do in my current state, but this too will soon also change. My objective of merging the multiverse with the demon realm and thus making everything as one will not be interrupted for a second time like it was again. Why destroy something when I can make it mine to rule over with an iron fist, Raijin questions. But in order for the demon realm to reign supreme over all life, I must go beyond what I once was in my prime, as I was once so feared and so powerful that they had to send Myrno down here to try and stop me, Raijin continues. But with Myrno gone and the others imprisoned, there is nothing and no one who will stand in my way ever again. I can also sense the life energy of many powerful mortal warriors spread throughout the multiverse as well, for they too are to be dealt with, which is why I will place my trust in the old guard to see this mission through until they are all destroyed. Furthermore, once I am restored and go beyond my prime, Raijin continues, I will begin the process of merging the multiverse with the demon realm, and such a feat will require a very supreme power for me to wield in order to make that happen. So let it be known that from this moment forward, the demon realm will rise through the ashes in becoming the pinnacle dimension of existence, as the multiverse bends their knee to our will. Our race will purge the cosmos of any and all life who dares to stand in our way. So let this henceforth be known as a declaration of war war against the entire multiverse by purging the useless eaters and lazy gods from their resting places. But in order for that to happen, however, Raijin went on to then continue, there are a few things that I must go out of my way and get done before our final plan is complete. One of them being, since the angel Myrno has been utterly annihilated without the possibility of wishing for him to be revived and enslaved, then all that remains is that power that you spoke of. As this is where the four of you come in, for I want you all to go and use the Dragon Balls and wish for Myrno's essence and what had driven Myrno into becoming who he was into me. This, along with his full power, to be transferred directly into me so that our power can become one. The knowledge that he had along with this power you had spoken of will be merged within me to create the ultimate weapon of destruction. As the Dark Master Toro went on to quickly chime in, but my lord, this would be the first time that an angel's essence and power would be mixed with the blood and spirit of a demon god. For such an act has never in the history of our kind was ever shown to be attempted. As I'm also afraid that if something were to go wrong, then it could result in some kind of a negative chain reaction that may end up destroying you, my lord. And so I would highly advise that maybe you would, and I would highly advise, Raijin went on to quickly interrupt, that you watch your tone and remember whom it is that you're speaking with here, Toro. Do not mistake my age for weakness, demon, for I may be old, but I am still far stronger than all of you. You are to remember your place and remember who it is that you serve, Raijin continues. My wishes are not to be put into question, nor are they to be denied, demon. You are meant to serve me. Do you understand? With Toro having to respond, yes, I understand, Master Raijin. I do not wish to oppose your requests. Then let this be the first and last time that I address you, Raijin went on to warn Toro, for this will be your one and only warning. Don't you ever question my intentions and challenge my position ever again. For if you do, then I will tear your body wide open and eat your heart out while I keep you alive long enough to watch it all happen before you die. You are to know where you are and where you stand, so last time, demon. Now go and use those Super Dragon Balls and grant me the wish that I demand for right this moment. And do the rest of you understand? As the entire demon realm went on to then respond, we understand, Dark Lord, for we are in accordance to your every wish and every action, great demon god Raijin. As Raijin went on to then let Toro go by then continuing, I thought so, and I will not have the same mercy on you again, Toro. So consider yourself lucky to still be alive, and so now go. My order still stands for the four of you. As Toro went on to then catch his breath by then responding, yes, my lord, for we will need but a few hours within the time chamber before the Dragon Balls can be used again, and so once they recharge is when we will go and do as you wish, my lord, as your wishes will be ours to help see come true. And so now come then, Dark Lords. We must go and carry out Master Raijin's order at once. There is no time to be wasted while we have it. General Raiga, continue to strengthen the demon army and increase their numbers while we're away. To which, as the Dark Masters were then shown leaving, it only had now looked as though everything was seemingly going according to Raijin's plan, as Raijin then went on to say to himself, excellent. I knew that you would fall sooner or later upon battling you, Angel, but it's a shame that you had never listened to me, for you would have been a great ally to us if you did. But nevertheless, now that you are gone, that dark angelic power which you've used to wage war against the multiverse, along with the vast knowledge that you've collected, will soon be mine. And once I have this, then my next objective is to find and collect those configuration cubes. To which, upon the moment of arrival, with Goku noticing that Dende and Mr. Popo were shown cleaning the lookout, was when Goku then went on to add, alright, now let's just go and see if we can get some answers here and find out if the Dragon Balls can be put to use for us, just in case we absolutely need them if all else fails. With Gohan responding, Dad, I hate to ask, but don't tell me that you and Vegeta were the ones who were responsible for the way the lookout looks right now, are you? Because, well, Mr. Popo and Dende don't don't appear to look very happy here, with Goku responding, "Nah, it'll be fine. And besides, we could always just go and use the Dragon Balls to fix whatever damages are on the lookout anyways, but hey there, you guys. I'm finally back and was able to find my way out, well, sort of, with the help of a demon that I honestly don't think would have turned out to be someone that would even break me out, but, well, now that I'm out of the demon realm, we can, but then, it was only just before Goku could even go as far as to finish his sentence was when Dende went on to cut in. Oh, stop it, Goku. I was able to sense your presence once I felt you re-enter back onto Earth, but just listen, how many times must we go and tell you to please try and not trash the lookout, Goku? Do you even know how much cleaning we are going to have to do here because of you and Vegeta? This is ridiculous, Goku, with Goku having to then respond, "Whoa, hey there, take it easy. And I'm sorry about the mess here, but I actually wanted to ask you about something that I think would be very important in case we were to go from, well, of course, bad to worse here on Earth, and so I need to know something, Dende. Could Shenron be able to possibly reverse a wish or two that had already been made by the hands of the demons within the demon realm after having to use the Super Dragon Balls and go and make their wish? I kind of want to know where we stand here, because if push comes to shove, well, then we're going to need all of the aid and all of the help that we could get against them, and so
Unfortunately, we're facing a Broly, so this match is going to be real difficult. Jump in Imperius. Guy's so far away, man. I got one hit in. Wasted my dragon change though. Save that for later. I'll have to find 3 more keys. gave up. It should hopefully counts as a victory for us if enough time passed. Counted as a victory, so we got a W. Gave up.
So, could Shenron here on Earth be able to undo Super Shenron's wishes, or would Earth's Shenron be way out of his league here, with Dende responding, wait, so you'd want to try and undo the wishes that were already put in place by the Super Dragon? Oh, well, I'm sorry, Goku, but you know that can't be done, don't you? With Goku responding, wait, seriously? But what do you mean? How come? With Dende having to explain, well, what I mean is that if what you're already telling me is that there were already several wishes that were made by the hands of the Super Dragon Balls in secret, then, well, then there's no way that the Earth's Dragon Balls would be able to do anything that could reverse such an effect unless you wish to undo them by using the Super Dragon Balls themselves, but I'm afraid outside of that there is no other option, and so I'm sorry, but Earth's Shenron just wouldn't be able to do anything about that, especially if it were done in a pocket dimension like the Demon Realm. Dende continues. And what's worse about this is the fact that they even have the Super Dragon Balls in the first place, which isn't a good sign whatsoever. And how are they even able to get them, and what exactly are they planning on using them down there for? Because, well, this is just extremely terrible. No matter how you may try and go and look at this, if what you're saying is true, Goku. No, seriously? Well, would it be possible for us to maybe go and make Shenron stronger then? Would that have any effect in having to help us in case we needed his power? Because, well, I ask because in case something were to happen here in our universe, Goku continues, then it would be best to have Earth's Dragon Balls on standby just in case, with Dende responding, well, I could try and strengthen Shenron's power here on Earth, but, well, I doubt that it'll still be enough to alter anything that's been used by the Super Dragon Balls, but, well, I could go and see what I can do in order to ensure that just in case we need Earth's Dragon Balls, they'll be here. But I think if anything, the best course of action to take is to try and get the Super Dragon Balls back and pull them out of the Demon Realm, but I know that this in and of itself won't be an easy task, and so, well, I'll go and see what I can do here to ensure that nothing happens, but just please be careful, Goku. You'll never know what lies in wait for you within the darkness, and I say that because, well, I have a really bad feeling about all of this, Dende says. Well, if that's the case, Gohan then went on to quickly chime in, then I think it's best if we go and speak to Whis and Lord Beerus, along with informing Vegeta about what's been going on around here, so that way we can all remain aware just in case more of those demons were to suddenly start showing up in our universe again, Dad. And so I think it's best if we go now, too, with Goku responding, yeah, you're probably right, and so we're going to need all of the help that we can get, especially if things start to get ugly around here, and so we'll plan ahead and come back later and try to get the others prepared too, Goku says. Well, thank you for your help, Dende, so we'll make sure to come back here after we're done speaking with Whis and Lord Beerus about this, but just remember that if you happen to run into any trouble here on the lookout, then don't hesitate then to let us know, and we'll be right here to help you if you need us, okay? And so let's just hope that we can keep Earth's Dragon Balls safe while we go and try to figure out how to get the Super Dragon Balls back. And so now stay safe, you guys. We'll be seeing you both soon. To which seconds later, with Goku then shown using instant transmission and teleporting him and Gohan off of the lookout, was when Mr. Popo then went on to chime in. Oh dear, do you think that they'll be able to somehow go and bring the Super Dragon Balls back, Kami? Well, I sure do hope so, Mr. Popo. And I sure hope that they do, because I have a very bad feeling about all of this, and I don't like it one bit, and so let's just hope that they all do good by the end, Dende says. To where all the while in the meantime, when then venturing back on over down below, as we only then surprisingly enough see how Piccolo was able to find and speak with both Android 17 and Android 18, was when Piccolo then went on to comment, and so that's the situation. Although a difficult one and one that we don't fully understand yet, the dangers that are posed by these demons from the Demon Realm cannot be overstated, as these creatures don't just seek conquest, but the total annihilation of everything in this universe universe if we don't prepare for what is to come against them as well, with Android 18 responding, demons from the demon realm, huh? Sounds like a headache, to be honest, but what exactly is their motive here, because they don't appear to be in any hurry to invade altogether, especially if it's only just a few of them showing up here and there. And so what's their deal, 18 continues, because if they don't seem to be in any kind of hurry here, then what are we to worry about exactly, because you're making this sound a whole lot worse than what it actually is. And so now what is it? Is this really as troublesome as the way you make it sound, or are you simply worried over the fact of actually having to see a few just show up from out of nowhere, with 17 then having to chime in? And besides, how bad can it really be with the others like Goku, Broly, Gohan, and Vegeta around to fight these things? 17 questions. Or are you telling us that maybe we are just simply biting off a bit more than we can chew here, especially since we're already loaded with some of the multiverse's strongest warriors, with Piccolo responding, well, although we haven't really seen what this realm truly houses in terms of powerful warriors that can compete with our own, we have both seen what happens when dark forces go unchecked, so you can only go as far as to imagine that, only tenfold compared to what we could be facing if they invade. The demon realm's warriors are masters of dark energy, Piccolo continues, capable of corrupting and destroying life on a scale that we haven't seen since facing Murno, whom in fact they are also trying to bring back, in case you really want to know. And so there's that, trying to bring Murno back. You hear that, 18, 17 questions? Well, that's certainly not good, and I damn sure don't want to be placed in a situation where we have to go and fight that monster again. And so what do you think, 18? With 18 responding, yeah, same here. And so if that's the case, then we'll need to go and figure something out, so that way we don't have to end up going through the same mess that we ended up going through before. And so what's your call, 17? Well, if you decide to change your minds, Piccolo went on to then walk away by responding, you know where to find me. And so in the meantime, I'll go and warn the others in case things start getting messy around here. And so it's better to be safe and prepared than it is to be left open and vulnerable like how we were against Murno, Piccolo continues. And so I'd rather be ready this time and die fighting than to be caught by surprise again and be annihilated when I could have been ready. And so we'll be in touch if anything, Piccolo says. Hey now, slow your roll there for just a moment, 17 went on to then quickly chime back in, because whoever said that we were done, with Piccolo then questioning, what do you mean, 17? I thought that the two of you needed some time to think about this, with 17 responding, well, I think that it's more than obvious that we're in, especially if it's a fight that those demons are looking for, then they don't have to look any further than the two of us, so you can count us in, with 18 responding, yeah, you seriously didn't think that we'd just say no and leave you guys to hog all of the fun for yourselves now, did you? Now, what was it that you had mentioned about Bulma and Dr. Hedo exactly? Cause now I'm curious, with Piccolo being shown turning around by responding, well, what do you know, I knew that we could count on the two of you just in case we needed it, and so I couldn't thank you enough, Piccolo continues. And speaking of Bulma and Dr. Hedo, follow me and I'll bring you both to them, because if anyone could help ensure our victory against those demons, then it's those two for sure, so now follow me. To which, in the meantime, when then venturing back on over inside of Capsule Corp and seeing Dr. Hedo being shown approaching Bulma with a stack of research papers, was when Dr. Hedo then went on to comment, alright, it's all here, or at least all of the information that we need should be in these research papers here, and so maybe now we can go through with seeing if our information is correct. So shall we go and try it out and see what we can make out of this, Bulma? With Bulma responding, there we are now. And so I take it that with what we were able to gather, could we perhaps use this information to strengthen Gamma 1 along with powering our supercell defense system? With Dr. Hedo responding, well, with all of the data collected, we should be able to strengthen Gamma 1 by using the samples collected from that horn that Piccolo and Gohan had retrieved, but I'm not too sure on how this would affect our supercell defense titan, since, well, he isn't quite finished yet. So, well, if anything, I do believe that it would be best if we only run these upgrades on machines, just in case there's some unknown after effect from the samples collected that could still allow for a demon to take possession of a biological subject. Yeah, well, maybe we'll just go and do that in the meantime, Bulma went on to respond, until we know that it is safe to run these same upgrades on biological warriors without running the risk of having anything happen to them. But now that the Capsule Corp Metamo rings are complete, Bulma adds, it's just a matter of going as far as to test them to see what kind of a fusion it can create, and more importantly, if they can ultimately create fusions that are far stronger than the ones that we are used to via the fusion dance or the Potara earrings. But we'll just go and test these out last and see what we can make of them once we start to see what these are like in combat against someone. Well, to our credit, Dr. Hedo responds, we did manage to amp these up by a very large margin, especially when considering the idea that these things would multiply the fusion's power many times over, and so, well, it's only just a matter of finding the right pair to go and try these on and see what the results turn into, with Bulma having to then respond, yeah, well, I mean, there's always Goku and Vegeta that we can go and try these on, but then again, Vegeta never really enjoyed the idea of going and fusing with Goku to begin with, and so this might be a little tricky. But then, it was all of a sudden now to Bulma and Dr. Heto's surprise was when Piccolo went on to then enter into their lab by then responding, hey, sorry to just barge in from out of nowhere again, but I hope you don't mind that since I came and brought a few guests along with me, that I do believe could be of much use to us in case we happen to find ourselves in a battle against those demons. And so who better to help us than two of our old friends from the past, with Bulma responding, wait, you brought guests? But who? Oh, don't tell me that you went and brought Goten and Trunks here now, did you? Well, I'm hoping that you weren't expecting for that God of Destruction or someone else to just show up, because that would have burst your bubble, 18 went on to then respond. And do either of us even look like Goten and Trunks to you, Bulma, 17 went on to then also quickly respond. And besides, the boys are busy watching over the island while I'm away, and so that should keep them occupied in the meantime, with Bulma responding, well, I'm glad that you guys can go and join us because we're going to need all the help that we can get in order to counter whatever it is that's going to be coming, with Dr. Hedo also chiming in, hey, so you're the famous Android 17 and 18 that I heard so much about. Right, and based on my understanding on the two of you, you are both modified humans, aren't you? Lapis and Lazuli, correct? Well, that's a first, 17 went on to quickly respond, because it's not that often that we run into anyone who refers to us by our actual names, but being that you seem like you really wanted to talk to us, 17 continues, our question now to you is, what are we going to do about this demon problem, and what exactly can you offer that would be of any use to us against these creatures, Doctor? And moreover, are the things that you and Bulma appear to be working on back there, 17 adds, and so why don't you go and fill us both in on what's going on, with Dr. Hedo responding, well, I see that your curiosity has been piqued by our latest endeavor, as these here aren't just any ordinary armbands, in case you're wondering, Dr. Hedo adds, for this is actually the culmination of years worth of research and development between Bulma and myself, as these right here are our official Capsule Corp Metamo fusion rings, and these bad boys are designed to facilitate a fusion that isn't only far more stable, but
Wii player. This is inky.
Question if you're going to help. Power key. What's now?
Take the civilian real quick. Shoot this. someone saving that person. I tried, but it's pretty far. Tried, guys. I tried. I tried. We need 2 more Dragon Balls. This key last freaking so unfair, man. It has like a direct homing on you. Got KO'd. Well, I hope you enjoyed your Raider match. Waste of time.
significantly more powerful than traditional fusion as well, with Bulma having to then chime in. And even though we haven't tested them yet, this is only just one of many cool little secret projects that me and Dr. Heddle had been working on, with 17 responding. Fusion, huh? Well, that's no surprise, but correct me if I'm wrong here, but that's an android sitting behind you, am I right? Interesting. So I'm guessing that you went and made this one yourself then? And with all things considered, 17 adds, do you think that he could hang with us just in case we have to team up against those demons when they get here, with Gamma 1 having to chime in? And if I may, Dr. Hedo, if there was ever a better time that called for the bio-acceleration chamber to be used in case we needed to stand our ground, then I do believe that this would be that very time for us to go and use it, with Dr. Hedo having to then respond, well, actually, come to think of it, that would be extremely ideal, and especially when considering on how much they'd be able to improve after we upgrade them to where they need to be. And well, now that you're both here, Dr. Hedo continues, it's time that we go and do a little bit of modifying, so that way you are both up to date with everything that which you'll need to be made aware of. And if you think that the two of you are really strong now, then just you wait until you both emerge from our bio-acceleration chambers, for I can promise you both that the two of you will be extremely satisfied with the end result of what we do. As all the while in the meantime, when then venturing back on over on Beerus's planet and seeing Primal Super Saiyan Blue Evolution Vegeta very angry at the fact that the demons were able to escape, was when Vegeta then went on to add, oh, I can't believe what just happened here. Of all the things that I could have prepared for, they went and blindsided me by having me fight a clone. A shadow demon on top of it all, Vegeta adds. And I know that it must have been when that little rodent of a demon had taken my blood on the lookout. And now they went and got away with Lord Beerus's blood sample too. And so what are we going to do now? As Beerus went on to look on down on his wound by then responding, and to think that I have allowed for myself to become far too calm about this overall situation, only to have something like this go and catch me by surprise. And as I was far too careless in allowing for such a thing to ever even go as far as to happen on my planet. Well, now I'm angry, Beerus adds, and I will make sure that no matter how many of those creatures decide to go and stand in my way, that they all pay for what had taken place here today. And as for you, Beerus adds, we were both fooled by the sudden and unexpected events that were shown taking place here today, but moving forward from now on, all of that changes, which means no more playing nice with any of those creatures from here on. Now step aside because Whis is back. Wait, Whis is back? Vegeta went on to then question upon seeing Whis arrive back on Beerus's planet. Well, good, and so let's just see if he was able to find out more about what the heck has been going on around here as of late, and so let's just see what he says. You were gone for a lot longer than you should have been, Whis, Beerus went on to then quickly chime in, and since you were gone, those creatures had the nerve to come and touch down on my planet while you were away, and so now I want their heads mounted on my wall for what they did. So with that said, what were you able to learn while speaking with the Grand Priest and the Omni Kings about this situation, Whis? Right, and so we ran into some trouble while you were away, Vegeta adds, and if there's anything that you can tell us about what we can do to put an end to all of this, then now would be a great time to tell us on what we need to do in order to make that happen, with Whis responding, though I was able to sense what was going on here while I was away, and I do however regret to inform you both that the overall situation appears to be far worse than I imagined that it would be, for the Omni Kings appear to be unresponsive and sealed away within their palace, as we are unable to reach them no matter how hard it is that we try. And so with that, we cannot trust that they are okay, with the shocked Vegeta responding, wait, say what now? They can't be reached even by you? But how is that even possible? And so are you saying that those demons are the ones who are responsible for putting up for such a barrier that prevents anyone from reaching them? Oh great, and so now what are we supposed to do? With Whis responding, well, for now I will need to go and meet with the other angels, so that way we can try and get down to the bottom of things, but I would need to go and do this alone, with Vegeta responding, oh great, and so this is far worse than what we thought it was,